Good morning, everyone. Alex here doing another video looking at working on our enemy AI today. We started that yesterday, or the last couple sessions, but haven't really made a whole lot of progress. Oh, excuse me. A little sleepy this morning. Just kind of getting squared away here. Um, yeah, we're gonna get started here in a second. Just give it a couple more minutes. Let anybody who wants to join in this morning join us. All right. I guess let's get into it this morning. Coding first thing in the morning uh is kind of interesting. My brain is dead. That's right. It'll boot up. Let's do this. All right. So um while I was away yesterday, we left off in a particular spot where we had the enemy, but we didn't really have any um functional AI to it. So I did some research last night and I looked around the internet and I found a video by um oh boy. I would like to be able to tell you who it is. By Chalacade. Chalacade? Challacade. Anyways, so after watching their video and digesting what they were talking about, I was able to come up with this system. Okay. Why didn't that work? Let's preview this again. Oh, that's why. Early morning brain. Yay. Okay, let's do that again. That was anticlimactic. Okay. Oh. Hello there. We've got some issues. Let's stop that. There we go. So I was doing we were working on the AI. So effectively what's going on here is we have a, a, a sight radius around our player. And this is we're checking to see if these tiles have a line of sight to our player. And if they do, light them up, right? If they don't, darken them. And then as we get closer, we can see that the enemies have a line of sight, or the tiles have a line of sight to the enemy. And as we move in, as it turns green, we're checking to see if tiles have both line of sight to an enemy and line of sight to a player. And then we have these dark squares which go around blockable terrain, things that that you can't navigate to. So in a way, we've kind of created our own nav mesh. And this is relatively simple to do. Very simple to do, very straightforward. For each tile, we create a little line of sight node, and this way we can hide it on the fly. And for each node, we check a certain number of squares away. The next thing that I want to do here is if it's beyond a certain amount, just go ahead and hide it. So let's see here. For each instance of tile that is, if the distance between the enemy and not enemy and an enemy and line of sight is, let's see, oh, sorry, yawning here. We'll do a range. If it is not below this range, I always want to hide it. And I'm hoping that even... Oh, okay. We don't need to render it like that. We gotta flip this around for one. Okay. I'm gonna do an or statement here. Devil Rat, what's going on? How you doing? And is not player. Hide them. Wait. Eh? I guess we just have to do this in two separate conditions because they are technically two separate things. My brain is having a hard time this morning. All right. Let's do the same thing to the player. And this way, what's happening? Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Uh-huh. Why are we having... There we go. Ideally, I'd want to do this in real time. But that wouldn't be very efficient. In the way that we have this code right now, if I was to try to do that, it would run like every tick, every frame, and that would slow us way down. But I just want to show you kind of the idea that we're going to be going for. So we don't need the game to show us all of those all the time. So like if I did do this again, I'll show you. Our game becomes absolutely frame by frame. And we don't want that. So we're gonna take this concept though and apply it on a much bigger scale. So going back to what we were just discussing, here we can see that we're just like, because these have already been created once, We're just toggling them. Let's see if the line of sight is not below range, or is not below range times 1.5, but is below range. Set this to 10. Yeah, that's what slowed it down, is that we were checking it for every tick. We don't need to do that, and technically I don't even need to do this right now. Because this is just the LOS manager. This is what I want effectively to do, but this is a prototype. So now what we need to do is make this way more functional, right? We don't need to technically draw this all the time, and the only time we would need to check is as our player's moving. And the reason why this is working really, really well is because these conditions are changing only when as the player is moving around and whatnot. And honestly, once we hide the UI, right, none of this really matters, except for it is making these computations in the background. So going back to our finite state machine, I can go back into our scene elements, and we can disable LOS while we figure out the LOS here. So currently what I have going on here is I'm reworking on the player's finite state machine. And so here, when we initialize the player, when we're in the idle state, we repeat for each instance of tile. If the distance to the enemy is below the range, set it to true. Because we're working on our AI, right? And then we're saying, if it's below the range of its line of sight, set the line of sight to true. We had done something very similar here, right? If the distance is below, we're gonna turn it on. And in this case, let's see here. So right now, if I was to run the game, we would stutter and die. There we go. So right now, it's running in the background this LOS system where we're creating I just need to bring this over. And this would normally go into a different script. So in this case, right, this is a problem because we're checking it every single frame. I'm going to pull this back out for a second and put it back up top. So when we begin linking, let's see here. Da, 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 da. The LOS linked with the tile. to make sure we're not running this for every single tile. We're checking to see if it has a link. And then if it is, just like we did here, every time um no, I don't think we do actually. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Huh. Because yeah, what we end up doing is I forget in GDevelop what'll end up happening is literally for each instance of tile. So every single time we're doing this check again and again and again and again and again, and we don't need to. We just need to check more or less in real time. So again, showing what we had previously, right? I can just disable all of this. Going back to our LOS manager. The effect that we're going for is this system. You don't think I need to take into account? Interesting. I'm still trying to figure out GDevelop's quirks. Seems like a weird quirk. But we're gonna re-enable our stuff here and redesign the AI based on this new system. So let's disable LOS. Yeah, you're saying this one. All right. Yeah, we're running smooth. So now, just so I can see what's going on. When it is true with the enemy, let's turn it red again. I believe that's this. Could be wrong. Oh yeah, that's okay. Sure. Why not? There we go. So now, so the idea, Reborn, what I'm looking to do is effectively, now that we have a starting zone, because when these guys are created, they save their spawn location. I now want them to find a verified site, something that isn't in collision, right? It's a red dot, and move to it. This is their patrol range. And then once they do that, one more time, I want to give them the ability to look, and then after they do it the second time, return back to this original radius. So it kind of gives them a patrol zone, which could technically be any number of really this big radius. So that's the idea. We're just going to slowly integrate on that as I cry myself to sleep, because this is going to be tough. I'm not sure how to do this. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to start passing some variables around for sure. I'm trying to scratch my head here. So basically, what I had done or planned to do was to take the ID of the tile, because each tile I'm already generating an ID. Because if you look at my game scene, you know, enemy management, right, is in the hierarchy is pretty close. Right now, I built this to demonstrate to myself the concept of what I was looking for, and now here we're trying to build it. So what I was gonna do is pass the ID of each tile, because each tile as it generates does have an ID number. Select the tile by the ID from the array. Select a random variable within that, and then move to it. At least for now, to get this guy moving. But stumped here a little bit. So I'm not sure how to pick an item from a list in GDevelop, because there isn't like a list, there isn't like a pick a random item from a list or anything like that. So, because normally with something like this in code, I would probably do like a what's up, large volts? Effectively, I don't even know how to show you this, but the the code that I'm looking to run, let's see if I can open a notepad, looks like this. So within the array that is list of tiles, I want to take a random from 0 to the list maximum -1. Oh. Do you just type array? Like that? Or are you talking about, like, is it still the name of the array? No, I know what an array is, guy. Oh, okay, okay. Well, damn. I was almost there. See? This is what I came up with for my math. My math checks out. Uh, it's just not the same as in GDevelop. Okay, so for me, that's the next step, right? So at least for now, uh, the next step would be to um, let's see here. I don't. Okay. So this is the part where I'm like, What? How do I structure this in GDevelop? I know what the code is, but I don't know how to, like, what condition or action do I need to do? It would be an array, right? Like one of these array structures. Well, it is. the the array is of the enemy. Oops. This is supposed to be enemy, right? That's how. What? That's what. At least that's what I was trying to do. I didn't mean to assign the tile to itself. An expression. Can I just write expressions? What's the... How do I do that? There's a problem because you're not using a condition to pick the enemy. Hmm. Oh, so you're saying for each instance of enemy rather than the tile? Does this work then? I wouldn't even know. I guess it we could check uh in our debugger. This is how I'd normally figure it out. Might as well do that now. Just gotta wait for it to do its thing. So there's no condition telling which enemy. My brain hurts. Right. Okay, yeah, because before we were storing it, because in this case we're storing each of them into a tile ID, but we need to migrate over. We need to also check per instance of enemy, and then the tile. It hurts my brain. It hurts my brain. Been cutting for so many days straight, and it's starting to look like I'm just gonna start drooling. I hate AI. Oh, I could do the rest of this stuff, but this AI makes me want to smash my face in the ground. It currently does not. This is the only code that we have for an enemy right now. Uh, we can assign one starting right now. Easy. We can do that. Um, instead of using a Boolean variable for enemy in sight. Yo, Reborn, do you want to get on Discord? I have a feeling that it would be so much faster. We might actually make progress today if you help me. Rather than typing it all out, because I get confused. Words in my brain, man. Oh, I meant voice call, my guy. That's okay. If you want to talk to my DM, I mean, either way, it's totally fine. Um, yeah, I was gonna add Reborn to the Deadman. Because like, okay, so in my head, I was working on a flowchart, right? And my flowchart was for each tile, create a line of sight, which we already did. Check for its collision. If there is a collision, change its LOS to false, change it to dark, basically. And then check if as with the player, and if it does, change it to a color. Because this is how my brain works. But the truth is, there's more complicated. You know, we need to add more things to it. But I was just trying to do an outline. All right, so let me see here, Reborn. Uh, Instead of assigning a Boolean variable to the LOS, you can make it a number variable containing the enemy ID. Boolean variable. You can make it a number variable containing the enemy ID. Oh. So you're saying that. So let me see if I'm understanding this correctly, Reborn. What you're saying is rather than us creating a toggle for the enemy LOS to be true, we assign the LOS which enemies can be seen by assigning their ID instead of a Boolean value. So that way this square is saying, "Oh, I can see this enemy and this enemy. I can see this enemy and that enemy. I can see this enemy but not that enemy." Right. Uh okay. Changing this to an enemy array. So you're saying we should add a number variable. Enemy enemy array? Enemy in, I guess it could still be enemy in range, right? We're counting which enemy is in range in the array. And then we would add the enemy ID, effectively, if we had one. Obviously, this doesn't work right now because we don't have an ID for an enemy. Uh, and then when we create an enemy, or for each enemy, assign it an ID. We haven't done that yet, so we got to do that at the top for each enemy. I've done this before, so effectively what I would do here, right, is when we initialize the enemy, so at the very top now, we're going to initialize enemy. And under that script, we're going to launch. The first thing we're going to do for each enemy is link the external script to the initialize. We're going to open the initialize. We're going to change its state from initialized state into the idle state. And we're going to, for each enemy, Uh, for each instance of enemy, let's go into our variables so I can prep this in advance. We're going to go to our variable, and we're going to add an enemy ID. So we're just going to call ID. And make it a number. Doesn't really matter at the moment. We're going to start at 0 because it's an array. We need a variable for the enemy count. So in our game events, I guess here, up here, at the beginning of, I guess whenever we're gonna do this once when we start. We're going to set a variable count of the scene to count mobs, right? So scene, so variable number, or yeah, this is not the right variable. Scene variables, number. So just to make sure that our server is effectively counting every enemy, then inside of our enemy script in our initializer for each enemy, right? We want to let's see here. For each enemy, we want to assign the ID. My brain's not working. I've done this before in our world manager, where we do counting. So I'm gonna come down here and take a peek at what I did before because my brain hurts. Right. Let's see here. We don't have a max, but we want to say every time there's an enemy, change the variable of this and then add it. We do it in our inventory manager. I was wondering where all of the rest of our stuff went. It was tucked in here, but our inventory manager is actually in here. So similar to moving IDs around in a grid, like as we're moving inventory squares and whatnot, and we are IDing inventory squares. So when we collect items, for example, or maybe not when we collect. Where is it? I think it's when we create them initially. Where did I do it? I did this before. I wanted to show you where we used it before, but now I can't remember because I have ADHD. Can't remember where I put down my keys half the time, or my wallet, or anything else that's important. What did I do here? Where did it go? I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, I guess we ID'd the tiles. Huh. Dude, my script's getting to the point where I can't remember where anything is. But here, basically, right? So what we want to do is change each tile's ID to the current index, effectively, and then add one to the index. So, yeah. So back to our initialized script. That was a big waste of time, but found it. We want to set the enemy variable ID. ID equal to the the variable of the scene. And then we want to set the variable of the scene. Wrong variable, scene variable. We want to add 1 to the enemy count. And we want to do this once. I think. For each enemy, do this once. Right? And this will set an enemy ID to 0. Which we don't want because we're actually counting an enemy. We could do that because we're going to add them to an array, but it's just easier math-wise in this case. I don't have to hurt my brain. So the very first one we built will be an ID of 1, and then 2, 3, 4. And to check to see if that's working, we can just launch the preview in development mode or debug mode, refresh our engine, go to our drones, and check their ID. This one's ID 0. Why? Why you ID 0? I thought I just set the base variable to 1. Oh. I'm dumb. Don't worry about it, guys. This is on me. I'll show you what I did. In the finite state machine, I set it to 1. I set it to 0 earlier. So now our guys will count successfully. So now, when we go back to our preview, we gotta wait for it to launch for a second. Okay. Looking at all those white dots is making me nauseous. We're having some runtime serialization issues because our game is not optimized. This is way too long. That's okay. So we're going to go to our drone, and now we should see ID 1, ID 2. So now that we have the IDs, yeah, I'm for it, Reborn. By the way, if you do have a mic and you don't want to be on stream, I can mute my audio, except for my microphone. But if you're not a voice person, I completely understand. Okay. So add a tile ID to a tile map. We have that for our chunk loading currently. I need that for our initializer. So now in our enemy state, so now that we have initialized our enemy, we're going to create a new event. And move this. We'd probably create this in a different location. But that's okay. Don't need that twice. Okay, so now potentially, based on what we have, if we go back into our profiler here and redo this, and we look at our LOS, which there's 2024 of these things. Interesting, actually. Why? Oh, enemy in range bool. I have to find the right ones. I have no idea how to find those in here. It's gonna take me forever. Because effectively we want to find ones that have LOS to true. Oh wait, no, it's a bool value. Uh, we gotta go back to our game because I had set it as a variable in here. No. Where did I put it? Oh, originally it's a bool value for enemy in range bool. Well, we're not doing that. That's right. It's signed per player per. The enemy LOS is stored in the enemy. Don't worry, guys. I'm talking to myself. It'll be fine. We're gonna work through this. Uh, enemy. Drone. List tiles with LOS. I just need to reconfigure how I'm saving this. Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Okay, so if the LOS distance to the enemy is below the LOS range, add the enemy ID to the enemy in range LOS. No. Wait. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Do we need to store the enemy ID needs to be stored in the LOS? So I'm not wrong, but it's not a Boolean value anymore. So we need to go back to our LOS and remove the Boolean value because it's no longer that. It's an array. Cool. So let's update that. Hide those because I don't want to see them. Actually, yo, I can do math to figure this out. Hold on. These tiles should be true. Let's see if there is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 32. 32 times 3 plus 6, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 14. So 32 times 3 plus 14 is 110. Let's go check this out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I guess 100 and what? 110. So we have to go down to 3,064. 3,000. Why are they counting up? We gotta go in the opposite direction. So plus 3,174. 3284, which makes sense because could have done that in my head. Boom. Blasphemy. That's assuming that they're even in the right order, or my math is on at all. I'm gonna smash my head on the counter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32 times 3. 1, 2, 3. Plus these numbers. That should be true. That number's right here should be true. This guy. Right here. I'm gonna kick you. I guess here we'd have to do like for each enemy, right? Because we're gonna say for each enemy we need to add its ID to the array, not just the first one. If the LOS distance to the enemy is below the range, add the enemy ID to the array variable enemy in range of LOS. That at least should work once, but then I'm clearing it. No. That's then for the enemy. Because we want to add those values to the enemy as well. So that the enemy can keep track of tiles as well, because it needs to select from that tile list. But we also need the enemy in range to be stored on the tile. And then we could say for each enemy in range, right? Been working on this for like, dude, I stayed up until 3 in the morning trying to figure this out. I hate AI. All right. I'm gonna cry big tears of sadness. All right. Big tears. Ah. Big tears of sadness. Uh, Okay. This should be working. Why aren't you working? Right. Wait, wait. Hold on. It might be working. I just had big brain. I don't know if this is true or not, but check this out. So what might be happening, might, is that we're actually generating this way. If we're generating this way in rows going down, then my math is bunk. Because I was thinking that we're generating this way. So that number might be wrong. Like if I'm generating down, then my math makes no sense. We would need to go... There's 32 going this way as well. So 32... Let's see if my math is right. 32 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Plus 4, 5. 32 times 12 plus 5, 389. Okay. I'm looking at Reborn sent me a picture of something. Sorry. Oh. Interesting. But so my question though, Reborn, is at the beginning of the scene when we use that call, that only does it when we boot the scene, right? What if enemies are spawned later? Uh-huh. Oh, Reborn, are you the one who's making the OS, the Windows, like the like uh G develop OS? I saw that floating around and I wasn't sure if that was you or not. Now that I'm looking at that picture you just sent me. All right. So what Reborn did sounds sound. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. Okay, so we're gonna stop what I'm doing here before we go too far along. Um, and I want to show you what Reborn has said and why it makes sense. And then also make some of our own modifications here. Because of course, when you're coding, there are more than one way to do something, guys. So this is important, and it's great. This is why we want to be a part of a community like this. Why we want to be involved in these communities, because you learn something. Hang out with other developers, learn the way that they develop, look at their code, talk about it. It's the best way to get involved to a point where you can actually start learning what you're doing. Um, so, but also share your insights, because there are more than one way to do this. And at the end of the day, we're going to do it a little bit differently. But let's take a look here. In this particular case, let's roll with this. So I'm just gonna dupe and use what we have here for the purposes of, well, I'm just gonna do exactly what they did effectively. So so at the beginning of the scene, we want to assign the IDs to each LOS. And effectively, this would be like setting its spawn zone, its spawn location. So what we're doing is we're setting the we can say for each, so there is something I need here. I can't get rid of it at the moment. And that, my friends, is that. There we go. So now, at the beginning of the scene, oh my goodness, it's at the, you have to do at the beginning of the scene. I hate it. It makes me sad. See you later, Deverat. Thank you for stopping in. So at the beginning of the scene, we need to check for each LOS, ID of LOS. And what we can do is right here when we create the LOS at the position, we can change the variable of the number variable of the LOS. And we're going to do ID here is equal to LOS ID count. I think we can do it this way. We could store the LOS. This should be a scene variable, though. I think. And we can do LOS, yeah, ID count. That's fine. This works out fine, actually. And then we just need to change the scene variable for, what's up, Riley? ID count. And we're going to do the same thing we did before, and we're going to add one. Add one. And I chose text and not a number. Set the variable, set the number variable equal to the ID count in our I do want to keep track of my enemies as well. However, in our game events, normally up here I would have some sort of quick load settings and things that I haven't done yet, or world scene setting things. And so in this particular case, what we're going to do is change our LOS manager, and we're going to move our player's state machine out, right? We're going to develop our LOS manager, and we're just going to do it from the ground up. So rather than putting this all over in our enemy script, this is really important to do as in our LOS, in our line of sight. So again, just to follow along here at the beginning of the scene, I'm just going to fly through this really quickly. We want to, and I'm going to make comments just like, oops, may add a comment. We're going to say that this is the assigning an ID to each LOS. And then so we're going to say for each object, and we're going to say LOS. And I just realized I deleted something I need. We need this right here. We have to bring that into here. Just because of how we're doing our code. The ID, set it to the variable of the scene, which is LOS ID count. And we're getting that here. So we're going to start. We can just add it as a variable if we wanted to. Oops, wrong thing. Because it is a scene variable, right? So we go scene properties, go down here. Interesting. I didn't realize that the nav path behavior would get set to the scene properties. But that does make sense. Huh. Yeah, we could just effectively add that here at any point, right? Saying that it's the LOS ID count. And we're going to set that number to 1. Because for the very first one, 1. Because we're doing a incremental of +1. So now, yeah, sorry. So back to this. So at the beginning of the scene, for each instance of LOS that we have created, we need to change the variable of it. And I created these just so I could do this. So for each instance of LOS, change the ID of the LOS to the ID count, so 1, and then add 1 per tick. And then underneath here, we can just copy paste this. So here, the distance between the LOS and the enemy is below the LOS range. We got to make sure we follow the naming system. So if this is true, which happens to be like 98 pixels, or no, 64 pixels. So 4 squares. Yeah, 4 squares. 4 squares away from the LOS. We want to iterate through each enemy. So we're going to copy this again and say iterate through all enemies in range. I just realized that. Let's see here. My hands are cold. It's been very cold, guys. Today was -8, or this morning. Actually, right now it's -8 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit. That's -22 degrees Celsius. My hands are freezing. What was I doing? I got distracted. Right. Oh yeah, right. So, now that we checked the distance, we want to iterate through each of these. So we want to add a for each enemy. Took me a second there for my brain. So for each enemy. Uh, and then we want to convert this scene, this variable into a conversion. This is interesting. I didn't know you could do this. Oh, I mean, I figured you could do this. But all you need is Windows Defender. You don't need anything more than that. Okay, so this is the part that I wasn't sure about how to do, and this is very, very handy to know. And I appreciate your knowledge here, Reborn. So we want to convert a JSON string. Ooh, my fingers are so cold. We're going to set the object variable to JSON. And we want the enemy LOS in ours it's list of LOS in range. I know you don't like this, but I do. And we're gonna store it into the scene variable of LOS in range. My fingies are so cold. And in this case, I do want to share the same thing with them. So we're gonna do that. Also, that enemy list of LOS in range is not what I actually called it originally. So we're gonna go back. I deleted it because it was over here. I'll bring it back. Give me a second. Control Z is my best friend. List of tiles with LOS. That's what I wanted. We don't need any of this. Get out of here. Can't have these lumps, Finn. I've been watching too much Adventure Time. Uh, oh, you're right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I just it's so small on my screen that I missed it. So right here, this is I see. We're sending it to a JSON list. I misread that. This is we're gonna say LOS in range. So we're saving when you go to do an object here. we're saving the object with the variable, and then what the object variable is. So we want to still keep what we had. So it's enemy, and then I use list of tiles with LOS, right? And then one of the things I'm going to do, which is this is just to check. This is let's call it a debug. So if it is true, if the enemy does have a line of sight, we can then change its opacity or something else like we were doing before. And this is just obviously to check if it works in our debugger menu. Heartburn. Why are you getting so old, Alex? Ow. Um, let's see. We would have to iterate through each LOS again to do this, but that's fine. I normally we're not gonna do this long term, guys. I just want to show you. Come on. There we go. For each instance of LOS, right? For each instance of LOS, we want to change that is within that parameter, that scope. We want to iterate through yeah, I'm aware. We're only doing this to do the same thing. So previously we had changed it to red. Oh, I see what you're saying. We don't need that there, is what you're saying. Got it. Because we would do a sub event. It would all be in the same category. Right. It would just be here, effectively. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Sorry, I was talking to Reborn. Well, but I want to set the opacity so I can look at it. So I can still set that here, though, right? I don't need to set it per individual. Because I still want to add the opacity change. For debugger tool reasons. Anyways, so we're going to change the LOS opacity. And we're going to change it down to 100. Or in this case, actually, we're just going to change its tint to red. Right? So now we have this. This is what we wanted. We can check that this is working. We don't need to do it for each instance because we're already doing that up here. So we can just add that. And then the next line that we want to do is my hands are freezing. Take this, paste it. Okay. And now that we've done this here, oh, we forgot a boolean here. We need to add a bool value. Add a bool variable. I guess we can set it rather. change object boolean value of the LOS, and the value that we're going to turn is ID already exists. If the we're going to set it to false. So for each enemy, if the ID already exists, we don't need to go into this next section here effectively. For each, now this is when we do a for each child. So for each scene LOS in range, store the scene. Oh, this is interesting. The scene LOS. I'm actually learning something here. So let me digest this a little bit. We don't need the child name optional to do this. For every child so for everything under, everything's stored in this array. Well, don't need that capital H. So store the child in a variable scene lost in range child. For each ID in here. So each one underneath that, we're going to be checking. So for each ID now, we're checking the number of the scene variable. And we're doing scene. Now we're going to be accessing the LOS, the childs that we just created effectively, and we're setting it to the LOS.ID, right? ID. Why isn't that working? That should be recognizing this. We have an ID variable, don't we? Well, I guess we could. I mean, doesn't really matter. We're setting it in the engine, so as we saw here, it was on that list. So it already was there. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. I do understand. Okay, so there we go. Just to fix that, because I don't like looking at squiggly error lines. Now we want to set if the scene variable, if there is an ID, right? Set it to true. And if it already exists, set it to false. That's our next kind of step here, right? So, bool, my fingies are so cold. Set the boolean value of the object. So change the boolean value of LOS, and the variable is ID already exists. So we're going to set that to true. If that's the case, that's true. And then we need to add one more. It's not a child of this. It's a separate thing. If the boolean, so if the bool value of LOS is if the ID already exists, or if it doesn't already exist. Sorry. So now We're saying if it already exists, loop through this for each variable inside of this array, check to see if the ID is there. If it is, set it's true. If there isn't something already there, now we need to add to a array. So now we need to add a number variable, and the number variable is, so we need to choose the LOS, and the array variable is what is LOS in range. Uh, sorry, we're adding this to the enemy, not to the LOS. Yeah, yeah, I recognize that. We're adding the LOS in range. In this one, we had the list of tiles with LOS. And this add a number array variable add los.id. And then we can remove the tint and do that down here. So now we can run in preview mode. And inspect after it's done syncing, checking our drone. And we should be able to now check the list of IDs and LOS. That's a lot of tiles. Let's, what? Okay. Let's check our calculator. So if the radius is, or if we're counting by pixels, right? The question is how many LOSs are on top of each square. That could be important. Because it might be that I'm miscreating. Let's go back to our LOS manager. Is this breaking it, Reborn? Because I'm trying to think about that. So if our range on our LOS is 64, and so what we can do, right, is we can go calculator. If it's 64 by 64. Yeah, I know, but what if there's more underneath them is what I'm saying. Like, what if they're stacked on accident? Like, what if there's more than one being generated underneath each tile? So this is the amount of pixels that we would have, right? And then if we divide this by 16, we should have 256 tiles in that radius. Right? The number of square tiles within, because length times width divided by the new measurement scale. Let's go check our debugger. Sorry, I'm like talking. I know that a lot of you guys are like, what is going on right now? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm going to check it out. So first of all, I just want to check a couple of things. Going back to our drone here, our enemy. Where's he at? There he is. It's 100. Oh, yeah, that's for the LOS, which makes sense, right? Because let's take a look at this. So if we have 32 rows, rows and columns, it's 32 times 32. Oh, we're doing it twice. No, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. Why are we doubling up? Oh, wait. Quoi? Hello, hello. Right there. That's why. I was generating the layers twice. There we go. That's more reasonable. And that's going to give us a huge performance boost. Quite a bit. Because the colored squares, right, are now what we actually, what is the color? Oh no, I know what that's for. Don't mind that. That's static. We don't need this. I need to go to the enemy drone. Where you at, little buddy? Drone. There we go. Much more reasonable. So how am I getting 51 though? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I forgot to divide by pi as well because it's a circle. Multiply by pi, whatever. 50. That seems more accurate though. 51 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So 10, 16, 17, 18. 26. Yeah, no, that adds out. That adds out. That's right. Yeah. All right. Oh, man, that explains why my AI was bugging out so bad before, because there's multiple tiles on top of each other. I'm just gonna let's take a moment of silence for the wasted hours that I've put into this project, realizing that a lot of the things I was working on would probably have worked had I realized that I had duplicated the tile amount. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Okay. After a moment of silence. Okay. All right. So now we have some LOS brain memory. We're storing it in JSON and we're reloading it in. Okay. So now we have an LOS manager, at least for the enemy. Mm, 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 mm. So now for each enemy, they have their own tiles that they can reference to, right? So now we need to go back into our enemy manager and start coding our AI based off of this array system that we have generated. Thank you, Reborn. Because effectively what we're going to do here is do the same thing, but for each player. Because again, we're going to be making a multiplayer game, right? So we're going to have to do it for each player and do the same sort of stuff. ID the player, and reiterate through the same sort of technology. We were using GDevelop 5. So let's do this. So moving into our enemy finite state machine, we can start working towards integrating this. So we want to initialize our enemy and set them into the idle state. I also want to keep track of my enemies because we might be spawning them in later on. So maybe we'll have like similarly to how when we are doing world generation, we will be using world generation to create creatures. So going back to our world generator, the way that we spawn dead bodies and everything, our node management system, right? So going back into which is in our world manager, here at the bottom, we have nodes, and the managing the dead guys is also done here in this node. But we want to do that for, so like here, right? We iterate through the number of nodes plus. So we do a repeat for the number of times the max nodes. If the spawn nodes is less than the max nodes, pick a random tile, spawn that thing. So we're gonna do this. We would do the same thing effectively for creating our enemies, and then every time an enemy is spawned this way, they get linked everything that's important to them. So then we would go back into our LOS manager effectively, and some of this would get moved into that script. So every time that they are created, the enemy is created, really here, we're going to go through and create an ID and add it. And we could do that inside of every time we spawn something in the world, right? For each instance that this is true. If we want to set number of them spawned in a certain region, which we do, because as we've talked about, one of our ideas for the terrain generation, so in each cube, the further you get from the center, so this is where you start, the degrees of difficulty is, the amount of monsters and so on is going to continue. So it's going to be multiplied by a degree difficulty. And so effectively, if this is zone 1, which is harmless, right? So it's safe. So if this is the safe zone, no monsters will necessarily spawn here. And then this is tier 1. We'll find basic resources here, items or whatever. And then maybe light enemies, more enemies, and they're just going to get tougher and harder. And so if this is 1, then this is 2, this is 3, and then this is 4 as we move towards bosses, for example. And if we do this in every direction, we're kind of generating in the same way, a line of sight difficulty, if you will, based on that initial tile. And so as this scales out, we're going to have a circle of difficulty, right? And because it's a planet, planets are circular. So we end up with a degree of difficulty that kind of wraps around that layer, and then it ends up generating, I guess, like this, right? So we have the center layer, the next layer, the next layer, the next layer. And so each cube, as it generates, just to make sure that this is sent all the way, right? It's generating like this. And so it's possible, though, for the squares that connect to each other to be blended. And so if these are blended layers, then this is a 2 and this is a 3. Then this corner is 2, this corner is 3, this corner is 2, this corner is 3. And so when we blend the terrain together, it has these quadrants that it knows that it needs to blend between these difficulty numbers, modulating between the two numbers or whatever, the difference of them, or, you know, and spawning the necessary tiles to connect them. And that would change. So maybe you might, so if it is a tier, so if tier 2 only has like 1 or 2 like very easy mobs, then we'll have easy mobs with more difficult mobs guarding, you know, and maybe more expensive ore, and then less expensive ore, and so on. So this is like the generation process that we're going to go through as we start building our chunks. We're going to make our chunks significantly smaller, so that way they can load faster. And we're not generating them in 32 by 32. That's massive. That's a huge square. We want to shrink that down to a few hundred tiles rather than thousands. Yeah, and so we're just going to kind of build it that way, I think. That's the theory. So if that's the case, going back to our enemy, for now, we're going to leave this function in here. For each enemy, we're going to assign it an ID. And now we're going to set our enemy into idle. So here's Reborn, I got a question for you, bud. When we're doing instance checks, or when we're doing variable checks for, I'm trying to remember what I'm trying to say to you. My train of thought dropped off the planet there, and I'm just going to keep writing because my hands remember what I was trying to say, but my brain doesn't. Enemy boolean idle, or not idle, it's text. If the variable of enemy state is equal to idle. I don't need to do this for each enemy, right? Because it will know if it's individually, if it's idle is set, right? Or am I going to set all of them to idle? Because they're all going to see it set to idle here in the initialized state, right? And then let's pull this out and go back to our enemy finite state machine, which is, this is what I actually want. So we're going to get rid of this. So when I do idle as a state, yeah, okay, okay, cool. So now that we have an idle state, what happens in our idle state? Okay, let's frame this a little bit. I want idle, pursue, and I guess we could do a moving. I kind of want the idle script. I want to keep the AI a little bit simpler. So while they're idling, they can move within that original LOS that we created for them. So that's their idle now. Rather than just sitting still and infinitely idling, we're going to move into an idle script. So here, if the enemies, I don't know why I deleted it, but if the enemy variable text string of enemy state is equal to idle, we want to pick a tile within that array for each enemy. So this, though, we would have to do for each enemy, right? Or do we not need to do that? Because we want to check each enemy's ID table. Or can we just, when it's in the idle state, check its... This always confuses me in in GDevelop. When to use the for each. Or like how to effectively do that, if that makes sense. My hands are cold. Yeah, see, yeah, for each, yeah. So, I mean, worst case scenario, we'll just remove it out if it breaks the system. But I'm pretty sure that here, because we need to iterate through... You're so very helpful, Reborn. I appreciate you. I really do. Right, when when it's already declared. Okay. So now, for each enemy, because we're going to have more than one enemy type, and we want all of our enemies to have this logic, right? So, for each enemy, we need to check its... The condition is check its ID table. And I think we have to do that here, right? I think we need to do a for each... We need to do another one of those... another for each statement, right? So for each instance of enemy and for each instance of a child variable, because we want to check the I'd assign a random variable called ID to use and pick a random ID to it. So for each instance of enemy, you're saying right here, set a variable. Right. But you don't need to repeat again, but we do need it for here. So for each instance of enemy, we need to set the ID to use. Excuse me. Holy cow. Yeah, because so we can say we can when we enter the idle state, we can start a timer. Right, so we can start the enemy wait. The timer's name is wait. Yeah. So we can start the wait time, right? And then we can move. So if our wait time is... So if the timer of the timer of enemy is wait time is greater than... this is where we would do... But not in every frame. So do it once. Right. Trigger it once, is what you're saying. This is where random and range gets weird. So we're just going to use... We're going to say 4 seconds for now, right? So after 4 seconds. Do this one time. Okay, cool. No, that's handy. I appreciate it. No problem. Yeah, timers and everything. I'm still figuring out the flow of and the whole point of this channel, guys, is that I'm not a programmer. I'm an artist. So working on this way, it's a huge... I'm trying to show that no matter what your skill level is, you can figure this out. Anybody can make a game. I'm really punishing myself because I'm trying to make a multiplayer game in the long run. Multiplayer is hard to do, but in GDevelop, using TH and K, we can sort of... it's very similar to Unreal Engine in the way that we could do replication, and creating a replicatable item, and so an entity that is replicatable, meaning that it's network ready. And so if we create these fundamentals, because when we're done with
adding in all of the base mechanics to our game, we're going to be adding in multiplayer. And I'm going to be rewriting a lot of the code to make sure that we do that. But if we use finite state machines in the way that we're using them, of course, there's other ways to do this, but this is one way to keep things replicatable. And so, with Reborn helping us out here and making sure that we have our proper structures in place, we're going to be making sure that all of this code is running efficiently, is running without error. We want to make it as error prone, or the least amount of errors that we can. If you send it to me, I do understand, um, coding logic in general for the most part. So as long as, especially with this visual design, I reiterating this with everybody. I have ADHD and I have dyslexia, and so coding traditional programming, although I can do it, it takes me a lot longer because my spelling and things get messed up all the time. And although that is true here, the engine is very kind to me and lets me know when I'm doing something wrong. Uh, but I can follow the visual flow pretty good. Um, yeah. Okay. This is really interesting to me because with this system, while I'm kind of waiting for Reborn here, no pressure. What's going to happen is this character is going to be able to use any of these IDs to move to, right? And then what we're going to do is create another list of IDs. Uh, and then this will generate again when they move, and this will be ID array 2. And from each square that they can move to, it'll generate that array system. It's kind of heavy, but the idea, we'll only do it when they move there if it is true, and then we'll generate another one. We'll call it like we'll instead of, it'll be like dark red, right? And so they can move technically up to 4 squares away from that in every direction as long as it's not blocked. Oh my goodness. Um, and then what they'll do is if they leave that zone, let's say they're chasing the player, when they're done and they give up chase, they'll return back to their somewhere to one of these tiles, and that's what we want. And that way, let's say we were designing a more linear game, and we strategically build a tile that we, because some of the there's a couple of ways that we can generate terrain in our game, and some of them are more efficient than others. Um, right? What we can say here, if we're generating squares in our terrain, I can do a scene. Let's do it like this. Okay, so there is our spawn point, and here's our next one. Here's our next one. Here's our next one, and there's another one right here too. But I'm going to put it beside it. So essentially, it looks like this, right? And what we do is we use a scene, and we say we generate these tiles by hand. So I could generate these and then save them into a file. So if I generate this terrain, this is our terrain that we have now, which is blue, right? We can then check to see if there is a generation here, and if there's not, what we do is we create a new one of these at that location, right? So it ends up looking like this. And these are good. This is a way to do generation, but also having it predefined. So if we built, let's say we're playing a isometric or a top-down dungeon crawler like Legend of Zelda, and here's a door, right? We could then check these variables here. We know that this room would look like this. We know that we need to create a room off of this and above this, right? Because there's a door here. And then other ones, we wouldn't draw anything here because there's no need to. And then once it's created, you delete these. And so once it's in place, it's in place. It doesn't move. and then it just generates the next room, right? And so on and so forth. And so this way we can have pre-generated tiles, or even in a Metroidvania, if we're leading into like a boss chamber or any tile set kind of like that, the idea is kind of the same, where we generate, based on, okay, there's a platform here, so we know we need to generate one, or an entrance here, we need to generate something this way, generate something that way. And that's one way of doing terrain generation. And that allows us to do predefined things. Now, at the beginning of the game, before you load up, it would make sense for us to, before you join the game, preload into an X amount of assets to make sure it can randomly generate for you very quickly. So those could be baked into the hardware of the game, right? Or the software, into the programming. And I'm trying to decide whether I want to do a system like this, or we generate smaller chunks. Let's say we're going to generate like Minecraft or something, and our chunks are yay big, and we start here in the center. Then what we want to do is every time we get close to where there's no tiles, begin drawing tiles based on our chunk size before we get there. So let's say that we check a radius, right? We're checking around our spawn in the world generator. We're checking for tiles, right? And so now in this area, in the infinite expanse, when our player, so we're going to say our player's red, whenever our player gets within X distance, so normally, let's say this is a pretty big area, and our player is moving towards this, and that's our boundary. Let's say that's our camera. As we get close to this blank area, start filling in with chunks. And then, of course, as we leave that area, we could then hide these chunks. But from what I understood from Reborn is that it automatically hides these, so we wouldn't have to do that. That would be for optimization, to make sure that it's not running in the back end or causing any mischief. Because when enemies aren't on your screen, we don't need them to do anything. We don't need them to function. We don't want enemies that are way out here that we'll never see running around. Their logic only needs to function when we can see them. Because our game's going to be a sandbox. It's going to infinitely go this way. And so it doesn't matter which way we go, right? It's going to be like this everywhere. So that's the other way. I don't know how that's going to work. This is the idea that I want to go with, but this other method is way easier. So this method is simpler. Ching. This one's hard. I don't know what I'm going to do. I want this, though. This is big money. I want this. I'm just not smart enough to do that. So anyways, okay. So back to what we were talking about. So oh yeah, that makes Reborn. That makes a lot of sense. So effectively, if the if the wait timer is not greater than 0, which means it doesn't exist. It can't, because we start time at 0, right? So if it has a second, if it has anything greater than 0, in this case, right? But they were saying if not, so not is this. So if the timer of the enemy is not greater than 0, start the timer. We don't need to start it anywhere else. We can do it right here. If we inverted this and did less than, right? Or if it's less than or equal to 0, the engine is assuming that we already have created the start wait. But if we invert this, it knows that it doesn't exist, so we can start it now. So effectively, for each instance, it start a timer, right? That's what we're doing. Start a timer. And do we need a trigger once there? I think we should. right? We don't need this running constantly. We only need this to run once. If it doesn't exist, start it. And then what we're going to say is after the timer started, if the timer at any point reaches a certain number, so if we're greater than, let's say, a random in range 2 to 6 seconds, I might need to add a variable here. This might need to be a variable, a weight variable or something that we randomize per enemy. Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I was thinking of, well, if we change the wait time, because this is going to functionally work as a bool. So if we start the trigger, right? Now, if it's greater than this, we're going to go into our idle state. So now we're going to start deciding what to do. Oh, I see. Oh, I misread what you. Okay, okay, yeah. I misread what you were saying. So per instance of enemy, if we have a, let's say we have an enemy variable of random. So enemy variable, number variable random, and this is a random. This is the random in range. Set it to 2 to 6 seconds, right? Wait this long. So then if we say wait, enemy dot wait enemy, oh, random, sorry, enemy random, come on, variable random. So I believe that this needs to be so when we first create the timer, set the enemy the random of the enemy equal to, this only happened once because of this scenario. We're going to set random to a random in range for each enemy, and we're going to wait that long, and then we're going to initiate what's happening. Right? Reborn? Let me know if I'm too far off from the truth. Uh, so my handsies are cold. Wee. Huh? To the bottom one. Also duplicate these two actions. Oh, you're saying because we're going to restart the wait time, right? So it's going to loop through this now, is what you're saying. Yeah. I get what you're saying. You're right, I believe. So underneath, the first time we boot this up, this will happen. The next one, this is happening. We need to do this again. And then we need to move. So normally this is where we would initiate. We would just change our movement. Like here we could say our boolean to move is true. But we are doing it all under one script, so we're looping through it. So now our move actions begin here, and we don't need to set a boolean because we're not really moving, right? We're setting a wait timer. So we want to wait this long. We're not doing anything. And now that our wait timer is triggered, do an event. So for each enemy that has waited enough time, we want to trigger the next event once. Because now we're going into... Yeah, so... Okay, so going back to what we were talking about before, now that we have a wait time, I want them to choose one of their assigned tiles and move to it. That's all they got to do. And then from there, so from each every time they move to a tile, I want to generate a... Okay, how do I explain this? All right, so check this out. So with each tile that we have, right, that they can go to, we have a site range. So let's say that this is, just for simplicity's sake, this is their tile grid. When they move to another tile grid, let me copy these and paste them into here. Hello? Nope, I just want these guys. Continuous. This one. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay. So now what I want to have happen is we're going to move these guys like this. And let's call these ones red. So every time they move to a tile, I want this to happen. So this is their starting range, and this is their max range. So right now, we're just generating the first range, but I want the enemy to move to any square that's in this range, generate a tile map that's exactly as it is with the site range times 2, or, you know, something like that. So they can move. So normally, because I have it at 64, they can only move 4 tiles. But what I want to do is move 4 tiles and then give them another 4 tiles that they can move to. And if they are pursuing the player outside of that range and then they stop pursuing, going back to the idle state, they'll return to one of these squares. I don't care which one. And then start this process all over again, where they'll march out or they'll come back to these. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's actually a video I could show you too that might explain this a little bit better. This concept is not my own. 100%. I said it in the beginning of this video. It's not my own. Somebody else came up with this concept. I'm imagining how they built it, because they don't explain how they built it really. I just imagine that this is the way that they decided to do it, and I really like the base mechanics of AI in that way. It's fun for me. I like this. I just got to figure out, because once we get the system implemented, we can then, then start, well, when they're in pursuit at a certain range, do an attack, right? So, just in case, and I want to give proper credit to the individual who came up with this idea. Woo! That's so loud. Blew out my ears. Holy cow. Let's turn that down. And let's move this into here. So, the individual who came up with this is Calicade? I'm not sure. Very interesting. And in this video, they explain this system. And I'll unmute it so you guys can hear it.
While you're at it, check out the new update for my seasonally relevant game made here.
All right, insert advertisement because this is this guy's channel and I appreciate his work. So there you go.
With all that in mind, I wanted to show off my tile tracking solution. The enemies are trying to find some path to reach the player, and to help with this, all of the tiles around the player are performing their own line of sight checks to see if those destinations would be viable for reaching the player. The colors represent the LOS status, and you can see how it changes as I walk around corners and obstacles. With this tile data available, this helps the enemy out a ton. If line of sight with the player is lost, the enemy can instead try looking at the nearby tile data. If there are some tiles that have line of sight with the player, those might be good options to go towards. Specifically though, the enemy needs to figure out which tiles have line of sight with both the player and the enemy. And if any tile like that exists, that gives the enemy a clear and unobstructed path to reach the player. One really important note is that the tiles frequently need to recalculate their data, at least when the player is aggroed by an enemy, because the player is always on the move. If the tiles are no longer close enough to the player or lose LOS, the enemy might run out of options, and in that case, once it reaches the last destination it calculated, the enemy will just give up and go back to its idle logic. Speaking of which, I applied the same tile line of sight logic to the enemy's idle state to let it wander around.
So this is the
It has a
difference,
home
though.
point,
I
a
want
list
it to
of
return
tiles that
back
have
here.
line of sight with that home point, and it patrols between those tiles. To give it more space, it's actually able to branch out to any point that has LOS with any of the home LOS tile list. So there's definitely a lot of overlap between the idle and pursuing states with this concept. But after all of this logic takes place, the enemy finally gets close enough and has line of sight with the player, it can attack. This part is much easier since there's no pathfinding involved. It can do a quick tackle at the player, have projectiles, weapons, different movement patterns.
Let's see here. So let's go back to what Reborn is saying. So after the enemy pick the random square out of the initial 3x3, they pick the square. Yes. Yes, they can. But they cannot pick any square outside of the extended. So in this case, we're doing 3x3, but it's not really 3x3, right? In this case, it's 4. It's actually, we're doing 4x4. So, because we're using 64 pixels because we're on a 16x16 grid. So times that by 4, 64. So we have a radius around the player as we've decided. We already have LOS figured out, right? The original LOS. So that's the home location. So if we store the enemy spawn, right? The start X, start Y, we could get its exact position and then from that calculate that array. Or we've already done that though when we created it. All right, Riley. See you later, man. Thank you for stopping in. So we already have that initial add to the array system. And so, but I want those to be the spawning array around our character. And it's a little bit more, I think, than 4. Right? Let me just go back to our 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2. No, that's right. That's right. Because he's spawning in the center of that. So in every direction, though, because, the grid, it's grid. So 4x4, going in all of those directions, we end up with a pretty big grid. And that's the initial grid, right? And then from that, I want it to be able to move to any of these squares, and from that, create one more grid. Doesn't matter which square they go to. Anytime they go to any of these squares, generate it, but only when they land on it, because I don't think that there's any point in pre-rendering that grid. It's going to be too resource intensive. And then, but each enemy needs to then only move idle. You're only allowed to idle within this parameter. So if you move to here, it's not going to generate a new one. That's the farthest that you could possibly go. Absolutely. That's totally fine. I appreciate you. Enemy AI is so hard, but now that Reborn is here, it Makes my life easy. I appreciate you for not being sleazy. I don't know. You like that? Singing to you, serenading you with my divine voice. Bro's about to send me a big message. All right. In the meantime, I'm gonna doodle. Gonna doodle, gonna doodle. We need to work on this player animation, figuring out how this boy's gonna walk. This is the worst for me. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Character animation has always been so tough for me. Walking animations, it's always uncanny valley. It doesn't quite ever look right. Because I don't want to do that little like foot mechanic where it's like boop, that's a step forward, and then boop, that's a step backwards. It just doesn't look right. In this case, it actually might work. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. All right. So down here, we're gonna start this movement script. Let's get some animations going. I like doing 3. Obviously, right away we have this method that drives me absolutely foaming out of the mouth. I hate this method, the Pokemon walk. Okay, so we have the Pokemon walk, and that system makes me cry. I hate it. But you know, we're gonna zip through these real quick and start this animation, and just start working through. Right now, we have like 6 frames or 8 frames on each animation for our main character. So we're going to want to duplicate that, obviously. Or continue that system to some degree. It looks awful. That looks awful. We don't want to do that. So let's go back to our character. And whoa, what happened up here? You got chopped in half, bro. What's up, Bo? How you doing? Right. Okay. So whoa! Holy cow! Bat had a heart attack. Hi Star, thank you for the subscription. Freaked me out. I forgot that those were even there. Woo! Holy cow. We need to fix that right now. I just realized on stream it's a big piece of ham, big bone or something. We ain't doing that. We're gonna change that up. Okay. So for this one, we're gonna remove our step like completely. I gotta make sure that I'm on the right layer, man. Can't be doing that stuff off layer. Right here. So we're gonna do what the other one does. We're gonna disappear his foot. I know. It's savage. We chopped it off. We chopped off his foot, man. He doesn't even have a foot no more. Interesting. That's a very straightforward concept. Uh, And then we need to fix this. Where is it? One of these is not like the others. This one. Wrong way. Right? Nope. Hold on. That's good. That's the next one. It's you. Curses. These. Move you over one, chum. One of these is not like the others. And then what we'd want to do, of course, is like similarly to the way that this is, we want to we want to we want to squash and stretch. There we go. Jeez. Squash and stretch. So we want to move our character down. But the problem is, right? Our character's too big. We got a problem. Character's too big. I guess we can squash and stretch by moving my head down when we walk. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's not bad. It could be worse. Not a huge fan, but yeah, okay, I read what Reborn said. That makes sense. Let's go back to our scripting here. We're taking a little break in between. Okay. So effectively, you do a distance check from the enemy against the line of sight. Then you iterate through all picked line of sights and check if their IDs are contained in the enemy variable. And if they are, move their IDs. Or after that, if their IDs are inside of the list, so like here, right? If they are inside of the list, we would need to add them to a new object array, which is like extended line of sight, right? Line of sight limit. And then pick an ID from there. And then repeat back to step one and reiterating through line of sight again and again and again and again every time we move around. Which is fine. We can do that. But for now, I want them to only move within that range for now, and then patrol the player afterwards, so we can integrate that more extended version after we get the initial AI functioning. So after our wait time, we want to move our character, move the AI. So this is where we begin that first step, actually, because I guess it's kind of the same thing. We would have to do that here anyways, wouldn't we? To do a distance check, we need to do a distance check now from the enemy against the line of sight. So if the enemy is within so we're going to check to see if it's if it's in the line of sight, right? So we're checking if the enemy distance to the line of sight is below the range that we've decided. We need to then check to see if it's in the array. Don't we need to do a for each instance of LOS? I could be wrong here, but I think we need to do for each instance of LOS, check for each instance of LOS, check if the distance to the LOS is below this many pixels. And we need to check if their IDs are contained to the distance condition. Eh? This? My brain hurts. Underneath this one? So like we did here, but then make another one for not this event. Okay, I was very confused. Okay. Make the repeat for each LOS sub-event and pick the nearest enemy. Oh. If the enemy distance to LOS is below the range. I see what you're saying. Okay. Right. Got you. Because we need to first this is already running per instance of enemy. So if the LOS is below that range, repeat for each instance, check to see if that instance is inside of the enemy's array. And then this is an for each statement, isn't it? For each child? Within the so now for each instance of LOS and each instance we need to check to see if the ID. There's another way of doing this that doesn't require this, where we could check for the ID if it exists, because we created a Boolean earlier, didn't we? Or some sort of if the ID already exists for each ID. LOS distance to the enemy. Right. Yeah. Yeah, because we're talking about... Dude, this is so ridiculous. Like, my brain hurts. Okay, don't change anything. If the enemy distance to LOS... If the enemy's distance to the LOS is below the range... Repeat for each instance of LOS. We need to... Here? You're saying copy this and move that over to the... Because we're... all of the ones after the comment. So yeah, from here. Iterate through all enemies in range. But you change the object variable at the end. Wait, we have to doesn't that replace the LOS with enemy? Wouldn't we need to change this to LOS? Or am I trying to flip it backwards? Yeah, okay. Right. What have I done? What happened there? Whoa. All right. We're going to delete this. And for all LOS in range, set this to LOS. And then, so now, if the enemy's distance to LOS is below the pixel range, repeat for each instance of LOS. Yeah, it does. I fixed it. Yeah, I know that you're just a smidge behind me on the video. So I got these little candies. I'm gonna put a candy in my mouth. My throat is dry. All right, I'm singing all day, dude. I don't know what's going on with me today. I had exactly one left. All right. So now, we need to change the object variable. We just inverted this. My brain hurts. I need some Reborn. Why don't you just finish this up for me, man? That'd be great. That'd be great. No. So now we need to change all of this, right? To be before the change tint. This one. This. Because we don't want it to be enemies, right? Or do we? It's still an enemy? You're killing me, dog! This. Oh. Are we talking about the variable? We in the action? Or the condition? Action, not condition. Oh. We're changing the LOS ID to another variable? Yeah. My caps lock is on. Don't mind this. It's a mess. I'm just making sure. It looks like lost tiles. Lost tiles with enemy LOS. Now, here, we need to add a new action that picks a random ID from this. And move the player to it. Okay, I thought so too. We'd have to change it for this scenario too, wouldn't we? Or are we talking about all of it is strange? No? Oh, I did. I didn't mean to. I was talking. What? Yeah, I did one of those things. What I just did. Player enemy? I think I pressed enter. There. Yeah, it should be. But shouldn't it be this now to there? Or because we're iterating over what was already there, we just leave it. Okay. Right. Right. Uh-huh. 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 So now we pick the random ID from the list of tiles of enemy LOS, right? That makes sense. We can do that. We gotta close this. It doesn't like it when we do it that way. We wouldn't be able to tell, right? Because the red is blocking it. Because we're only measuring it from the same tiles, right? Oh, no. No. I'm getting ahead of myself. What's going on here? Wouldn't we want to change it to when it's true now? Oh, only call it because it's called after the loot timer. Oh. You're right. What do I know? Uh, Something's happening. Okay, that should be happening after 2 seconds. I changed it, but it ain't. Let's go back to our code here. What's going on, boss? I'm trying to look at this too. So, are we sure the timer's working? That's the only thing I could think of that would be breaking this because it looks right to me, I thought. Okay. Hit me up, dog. Of all of these? Okay. Oh. You're confusing me. What? What do you mean? Delete the Boolean actions and conditions. So this one. Only the Booleans. I see. Okay. Now this one. I see. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought you were going to say. Wasn't entirely sure. Ah! Okay. So now that those are there, why is the LOS range too big? That's the right size. Because they should be able to move to that range, right? No, what? Okay, so no, what I wanted to do is going back to our preview, right? So the red is where it can move, right? It needs to go to one of those squares. And then from there, do the green that it's doing now. So this shouldn't be happening until after they move. It will, yeah, but only every time they move. Okay, so the idea is that they'll move to a red square. So if we pause this for a second, right? I want them to be able to move to any red square within their radius, and then wherever they stop moving, generate, as long as it's on one of these IDs, generate a new loop, and they can go that far on their own in idle, but they have a preference. I'm going to make it kind of weighted so they're more likely to choose something in here, but they can adventure out, right? And then when they're pursuing the player, if they lose track of the player outside of that second iteration, return them back to somewhere in here. Which is where we get this nonsense, right? So this is the red area, this is the green area. Here. Okay, or not. Hello? Hello? There we go. So that's all green, and then this would be red. All right, let's go backwards again and read what you just said. To be honest, I think that you can copy paste the generation events and call it once they move to a spot. Well, we want it at the beginning. We do want it at the beginning when they initialize, because that's their spawn area. So really, instead of LOS manager, it should be like in the spawn script, because we want the initial value to be generated the first time where they're located. And then we generate the next one after that. Unless you're saying that there's a reason to do it the other way. Because right now it's doing exactly what I want it to do, but I need to then do it after they move. So after the wait time, here, I should set it to move, right? And then when they're moving, once they reach their location, iterate through this and allow them to do it and move again. If not, switch to idle. But this script should be generating every time they move. Once they stop moving. Yeah. Right. I agree. So right now we're gonna limit this, right? We don't need this right now. Right now we need to check if the enemy has an ID in its location, and then pick a random ID and move to it. This is the part where, like, I got stuck last time because of that array value I was telling you about that you also commented. It has a target XY, right? Yeah. So you can pick. We're using nav mesh. Right now I'm using nav mesh until I find another reason not to. Nav mesh works for me. So you can pick a random LOS with that ID. Okay, so now how do I get... This is the part that I was struggling with. They're actually needed? Why? But aren't we picking one from here? Because when we create the character for each enemy, we're already creating this ID list. Can't I just check? Okay. Okay, no, you're good. It just works that way is a totally fine answer. Just tell me that. No, it works this way. Okay, cool. So, walk me through this, Reborn. How do you know? How you must have been in GDevelop for a long time. You're a wizard. So, the thing that I've struggled with is figuring out how to iterate through arrays. Obviously, I know how to do modulus, right? Oh, cool. This is like... I started using GDevelop previously when I was working on Metroidvanias are way easier for me to conceptualize and develop. I have a whole big extension on that I've worked on, or not an extension, but I have a whole bunch of scripts I've worked on for those games, and that it's easy. Just it's easier to do. This thinking in this dimension is so strange for me. Top down is not my forte. I'm actually making this game for my wife. So It's not even like really my play style of game. She really likes these sort of crafter building games. So I came up with a fun, unique idea, and I wanted to expand on it. But okay, so how then? So if out of the if the LOS ID is not already present in the enemy variable, which it is, this doesn't make sense anymore. If is already present in the enemy variable, paint it green. Now we need to pick one. I do. So you're saying that you don't think that we need to check the variable? Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, no, wait, hold on. Hold on. Was that right? Or are you saying to get rid of the child? No. You're saying this, I think. The problem is I'm trying to extrapolate. I don't learn through reading. I'm a visual learner, so I have to see it to understand it usually. So I'm trying to extrapolate what you're saying into visual pictures because that's just the way I see things in my head. That's why I struggle with coding languages. Even though I program websites. Are you saying, oh, what do we get rid of? First, tell me. I'm confused. I get what you're saying now, but do we do that after we check? So you're saying do this after? Not under, but after. You're saying get rid of all of this. No, you just told me to put it back. Okay, yeah. Thanks. Thanks, bud. Yeah, that's probably way faster. Way faster. I can extrapolate that so much faster in the picture. Because, yeah, in my head, I'm like, okay, for each instance of LOS that's within these features, then target one and move to it. But you're saying because we have already identified at least. We just move the enemy to the LOS position. So if the enemy distance to the LOS is below, pick a random LOS. Okay, so here. Okay, this is a question for you actually. Before you start coding here, what in the world is the difference between pick a random LOS as an action and as a condition? What is this? What's going on here? Isn't this will select any random LOS, right? But this will only select an LOS within the range? Or is it the other way around? Option 1 or option 2?
All right.
Okay, so you're saying that this is the right one. Because this one only lets you pick something within the scope, if I said that right. Because this would allow us to pick one out of the scope, out of the instance that we're selecting. This is like any of them, and this one is within the confines of this statement. Is between two actions. Oh. Okay. But then here I can set the enemy. Hold on. So then here I can set the enemy variable, number variable of target x equal to the los.x, los.y. And then underneath this, simply move the so enemy move. This is move. Yeah, literally move. Move to a position. The destination is enemy target X, enemy target Y. This has to be a variable, right? Enemy variable target X, enemy variable target Y. The nav event is every frame. Ooh. Oh, oh. Okay, this one guy is moving. Oh, now they're in sync together. Oh, now they're not. Where you going, homies? You've gone too far. Where are you going? Well, it is working within some of this, right? Because they're moving into positions that they're not allowed to move into. Because we're saying if the enemy distance to the LO is to the LOS, oh, we're not checking to see if it's inside of the ID is inside of the move variable. We need to now check for an ID, don't we? The tile ID. Because we're picking a random tile, but we're not confining it here to the enemy distance to the LOS, and the tile is inside of. Yeah, okay, yeah, good to know. But here, don't we want to do something like this? But this is basically this, but we need to do a loop, right? See if my brain is tracking this right, because it is working. They are moving, but they're not moving accurately. They're not moving where I want them to. We're also going to set this back to random. So that way we can... They move at different times. Okay, they moved at the same time. Okay, so now you're saying now we can integrate this. That's a good question. I think it is top left. I don't think I changed its point to be the center. Yeah, it's top left. Because the tiles are top left. And we're spawning it in the center of the tile. My tiles are off. My tiles are off. That's why everything's messed up. Or in a right. When I created it, I'm creating it at the center of the tile, but I actually don't need to do that. I can do it just like this. Because the tiles are XY, right? No, I got it. I fixed it. That was why. Now they're perfectly lined up. I do want them to spawn that way, however, to some degree. Whoa, where'd they go? Oh, they're over there. Let me come back. Uh... Quoi? Nani? I don't understand what just happened. He's gone. Dude's gone. Uh... Cool. What if I just do this? Okay. Same. Quoi? Oh, I'm not in the right spot. I did. I did. I was talking to myself and then moved something. Whoa. We can see what points it picked. Oh, it's picking points, but it's not moving. Because and we know that why, but we're seeing all the points. Oh, that's so cool. I like seeing math visually. Does that need to be like down there, basically? Oh! Oh! I'm a genius. I'm a freaking genius. I'm a genius. I'm a freaking genius. All I did was move a bear. Where are you going, dog? You went the wrong way. You're not allowed to go out there. Why are you going out there? Wait. Run away, robots. No. All right. What? What? In there? He was never seen from again. Yeah. He can't move to there because it's being blocked. I think. Why isn't he moving? I'm checking the wrong random value? Where? You're right. This is now they'll move at different times, right? Yeah. Why does this guy only move once? He didn't. Oh, he's just got a longer wait time. I'm just not being patient. Gotta let my AI do its thing. I'm gonna turn these off so it looks more impressive. Are these guys flipping like they're supposed to? If they turn around, they should be flipping. But I haven't been paying attention. Nope. Alright, so we need to go back to... Oh, it used to be in our... We don't have it anymore. That's why. I used to have a directional input on the player. Or not on the player, on the drones. We need to add that back. And we're going to add it up here. Because this is going to be for each... We don't need to do it for each instance, I don't think. We can just do it up here, and we're going to call this... Oh, actually, no, I think we need to. For each enemy, find its direction. No, I want this to be true no matter which way they're going. So, if the enemy variable target X is greater than the enemy X, so if it's behind it, so if the enemy, hold on, if the target X of the enemy is beyond the player, so the player is looking to the right, we don't want to flip the enemy. So enemy, because we're using the 3D flip, right? We can say flip the object 300 and flip to a side. Reverse side, no. over 300. So anytime in its default state, we don't want to do that. And then if it is less than the player, flip side, yes, over 300. So when it selects an object, it should flip over and look at it, depending on its X position. He couldn't move because there's something, or he's about to decide. Ah, it's working. He can't move there because being obstructed. Pick a new spot, buddy. He won't because he can't move. Oh, there he goes. Looks like we waited the timer out and then it reset, even though he couldn't move to it. I think. It's hard to tell without the debugger running for each of them. So I can see their states and what they're looking at. But I think this is all right. So far, so good. We have movement. And now what we can do, right, is pursuing is super easy at this point. We need to add it as a condition for the enemy. So if the player moves in a certain range, so here, at really actually at any point in time, up here in the greater hierarchy, moving it back. Actually, this can happen at any time, so I guess we don't really need that, do we? So if the player, for each instance of enemy, no, I guess we could just set the player, if the distance to the player, the mob, is below the enemy range, enemy. I think this is wrong. I need to put it in the idle script because we would normally change the state to pursuing, right? So well, it's not being used yet, but we will want to basically use it when we draw the new grid, because it's basically in the advanced movement from this point, we need to draw a new grid. Every time we land, we want to draw a new grid until all of those grids are absorbed. And then we have the complete map of how far this thing can move. But for basic enemies, this works. We might also need to save for the enemy the last point it was at. I think that would be really important for us to do. Uh... If the child is equal to lost ID. Wait, we're not adding it. Oh. Well, so then don't we delete it after we move to it then? Because we would have duplicate children. Or do we just say if the ID is already there, don't add it. Then we would need to re-add that Boolean value, wouldn't we? So effectively, all that we're doing... So we're adding both of these conditions back. So we're going to add this back to see if it's already in use, and then if it is, then put this underneath it. And we want to say true though, right? So if the variable already exists, move to it. If not, do nothing. Start this all over again. Right? Let's... Okay, but now he's moving outside of the area. We broke it. Because I only want him to move to where it's true. But we can't move there because it's blocking terrain. He's moving correctly. This guy isn't moving at all. Why is this guy moving there under these circumstances, but the other guy not? What's going on, Artistic Goblin? Yeah, we're at another long stream today. Been going for a few hours. I only want it to navigate to squares that it can go to, but it's making up its own rules now. We need to check if it's false. We don't want it to do anything. Right? Make up your mind. Where are you going? Okay. Good. Long wait times. 1 eternity later. Alright. We've got movement. I think he even went back to one of the squares that he's already done. This is working. No! He left the square, didn't he? Wait a minute. No, that's right. I was very suspicious. Very suspicious. All right. Now he's doing what he needs to do. That's fine. Well, it is doing that on its own because of the logic I have. Oh, I see. So like whenever you are being attacked, another one would come behind you. That would be really annoying. That'd be hard to deal with. Code wise, it wouldn't be very difficult. We'd just be checking the XY coordinate and plussing or minusing if one is on the other side, so moving to the exact opposite side and shooting at the player. But in this case, they'll pursue you from whatever direction they are already at. When they get to a certain range, they'll start shooting you. So if you run through a bunch of them, you'll get lit. So in this case, we're just watching it progress, right? Also, everybody, nighttime's about to fall in our game. Let's speed up the time to 17. And now we can start seeing what this looks like when darkness falls. Just because we can while we're waiting here. So yeah, now that we did the if false, it'll just wait the time limit and then start over again. So really, it's not a huge deal. Obviously, I think that better coding would say we should restart the loop, but they would definitely move more efficiently, and they wouldn't wait as long in some positions. But I actually don't mind the extra wait time. I think it adds more drone-like, because they're not organic creatures, so they don't need to move like organic creatures. They need to move like robots. At least in my head. I could be wrong. Okay, so now, when the player's distance is below the enemy range, we want to stop moving for a second. We want to stop the object, because if it's in transition to another spot, or yeah, in this case we because we're doing you're right. We should set the enemy variable state string, because we're doing state machines, right? So enemy state equal to pursue rather than chase. And we want this inside of the idle state at the very bottom. And then now we can create a new script and call it pursue. Oh yeah. So this one is pretty straightforward. So in the same way, so now that we are pursuing, what do we need to do? Well, we need to move the enemy towards the player. So we already know that we're pursuing. So now we need to do what happens when we pursue first. Before we do anything else, what do we do first? Well, we're going to move to the position of the player X and the player Y, because that's right. That's what we should be doing, chasing the player. And real quick, we'll go check that. And so now they're gonna chase me around. And what we want though is this to be target. So enemy target. So this is enemy variable target X, target Y. So that way we're not ever changing, we're just changing what it's targeting, right? Target Y. Goodness. They will shoot lasers at you. Yeah. And then, so for each step, every time we do something, right? So now, because we're doing a finite state machine, so effectively when we're in the enemy, the idle state, we have to say what we can do. So we can pursue and we can shoot. Well, actually, we can only pursue from idle. And then in pursue, right? If the player's distance is below the enemy range, but not below the attack range, move the enemy. And in vice versa, if we are positive in both of these, we're going to change to a shoot animation to attack. And we want to stop moving. So that we can shoot. Or I could do at the very, but what we need to do is also change. So when we do target the player, right here, we need to set its target variable to target X to be the player's position. And then we're going to move to that position. And actually, we can do it right here. We should be doing that here. You're right. You're right. You are right. Hmm. But effectively, I mean, we could do the player's XY, but because of how our movement logic works, we're just going to do this. I think this is a janky way of doing it, I'm pretty sure, but we're going to do it anyways. The enemy target X. Well, we're going to move into another, we have to move into another script for the attacking. So it's not built yet. I believe. Oh, to player X. I really need to turn the player into a freaking capital. And this needs to be a number, not a... There we go. So what I want to do, right, is every time we're chasing the player, we're ticking after the player, we want to set the coordinate to the player's position and then move the enemy to that position. And then what we can say, because right now, when we get below that, we're changing to an attack state, but now we have no attack state because this is a different... We have to add the attack state down here. So then, just like we did with idle and pursue, to keep this organized in the way that I like it anyways, for finite state machines, we end up doing this. So now, create a new event. And we're going to call it attack. Because I only want the attack state to be fired. We're going to draw a line. We actually use a painter tool when we shoot the laser, and use particle effects on it. But anyways, so then we would then check to see if the state, if the enemy state, and here we mess something up. So we have to say, maybe that's what you were saying, and I wasn't paying attention. Whoa! I just want this. Don't be complicated. Thank you. I think that this is what you were talking about Reborn, and I wasn't paying attention. Yes, correct. We have to create a variable state for pause. Or for pursue. Jeez. So, effectively, if we go within a certain range of this guy... I broke it, 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 I broke it. I think I just had it in the wrong spot. I broke it. I broke it. Broke it. I should not get close to them because it will break at the moment. Change the target of the player. Change to pursue. If we are pursuing, and why aren't you moving? You should be. I broke you. Am I confused? Do I need to do this? Why you do this? I'm breaking everything. All right, let's go backwards to what's going on here. When we're pursuing, change the target X and the target Y. Aha. Uh-huh. Okay. I broke him. Because I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. There we go. Aha! Fuck off! Okay. So now, when we're not within range, we need to move back to, let's see. When we're not in range, I want you to stop. And then I want you to return. I think I have to add this here. Here. I could be wrong. I'm breaking things so I can learn. Whoa! Yeah, we only need to do that one time. But I think effectively we have the same script, right? So they chase us, we run away. I want you to go back home. Are you too good for your home? I guess I could just return it to idle, huh? I think I could just return to idle. Chase me, you fool. Go away. What will you do? It worked! So they're going through idle loops. So can we do, hold on here. When we go to pursue, right? The player. I want to save. Well, it will if I do this. So, uh, well, I'll have to change some things, but basically, what I'm thinking is in the idle state, right before we go to pursue, right? We want to set the enemy's a new target to last position. So we're going to select the variable. We're going to create a new variable. We're going to pick the uh, last x, last y, and this is going to be tile or los dot x, and then los dot y. Or we can just record the last tile, actually, right? Should I do it this way, or should I remember the tile, the ID? I know what to do. We can just do it this way. Yeah, yeah. I'll have to move it up, but uh, sorry, not variable, string variable, and I don't need this. I don't know what's going on here. My brain. Uh, target y, and then target x for here, and then we move these up before pursue, right? So as we pursue, we're going to set the last x and the last y, and then we're going to stop our movement. We're going to flip this around now. So after we're done stopping our movement, so we could just do it this way, right? We're going to do in order. We're going to change the target x of the enemy to the last x. And do the same thing for the target y. This is effectively doing the same thing. I don't know. And then we're going to change it back to idle. So once we return, right? So change these two, and then we want to move the enemy to that position. And underneath that condition, once the enemy has reached the destination, switch back to idle. I think that's how that works. I could be wrong. So chase me and go away. I broke it. Where are you guys going? That is not the right way. So I have to wait, I realize, until after they move once, I believe. Because now they have a last known location. Chase me. Quoi? Well, he returned back to his last spot. Okay, that was weird. I don't think that's gonna work. Or will it? Oh, okay. Huh. This poor little guy didn't have a last return position. So we need to add one more step to this so that they always have a return position, because that guy doesn't. It's void. It's null, right? So what we need to do for each instance of enemy at the start in the event script, we can set the enemy target, so variable number target x equal to I was gonna say self, but it's enemy dot x, same thing. And then we need to do that as well with the y. So that way each enemy has its distinct spot where when it chases me, there we go. Okay. Why isn't that working? I mean, this would be like good for like this would be good for a beginning of the scene scenario. All right, Reborn. Before you go back to listen at times 2, this is where I'm stuck. So now, when these guys are chasing me, if they have a last return position, they'll wait X amount of time. Wait, I think I just deleted it though. Oh, hiya! Was I just not waiting enough time? Is it possible that they are just... Okay. See, but then he didn't go to his spot. Oh, he did there. But this guy isn't functioning at all. He's broken. Him's a dummy. So he's not returning back to normal. He is. At least that one time. Let's see if he'll do it again. All right. I'm going about this a different way. I need to set the first square that they're starting on. So this is when, for each instance, right, they're going to pick one, but I need it to be the starting one as well. The starting one that they stand on needs to be their first position. Does that make sense? Because what's happening in the pursue state, I want them to return back to their last position, but that won't happen until after. And now he's broken. Oh no, he's working. Okay. Okay, move. Run away. He went back to his last position. No, he broke. Okay, you're right. Yeah, so when I add them to the world creation, I can set their last known position. So that's fine as long as they move once before I interact with them now. then that's fine. Here though, let's refine this. How do we go about? So if it's not there, we need to go back to looping. Is there a way to do that without copying and pasting the code again? Because then we go into an infinite loop. So, or do we reset the timer? So like, if there's nothing here, do we just reset the timer? So you're saying that this element needs to be moved? So we need to do the loop for each so we need to move this up. And then move this to when it's true. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, so down here, we're going to pick a random LOS and then move to it. And this would need to be pulled out? Because you said it's between the two. Oops, not that one. I meant to pull out the... So like this. So if the distance to LOS is within range, select it. Oh, really? This? But we're missing... Hold on, let me go back farther. What have I done? I'm going too far. No, this is where we're at. So if Boolean is false... Don't copy that again. What are you doing? Right, if Boolean is true, pick a random one and move to it. And we need to move this down here. But then we need to pull this out. Right? Uh... I just broke him again. I'm trying not to interact with him. Because we need to wait for both of them to turn green. There we go. Indeed. Yeah. I don't think it did. I didn't see a halfway movement. Did you? We'll start that again. Let's see what happened. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Ah, go away. Ah, I forgot for them to initialize. Yep. Let's wait for them to initialize. Okay. Now they've moved. He can't move there because there's a... Oh, right there. He's pathfinding. I think he's getting stuck on the tree. And that's because our... I can decrease my... wayfinding pathways to be half of my tile set. That way they move more appropriately. And can weave through trees, as they should. Chase me! Just kidding, I'm out of the way. Now what are you going to do? Oh, you're just not going to return home? You're a real son of a biscuit. Oh, they moved. Well, one of them did. Alright, he went back to where he's supposed to be. Where's this other guy? You too good for your home? What's your problem? He's broken now. Go back to our finite state machine. Oh. Right. So then we would want to do that once, is what you're saying, rather than always. Oh, I broke that. Whoa. You're not supposed to do that. Hey. Stop that. I hate AI! I hate this. Yeah. I need to set the last location to an... Wait, are they? Oh, wait, so I have to... It's... Do I have to do it for each instance of enemy statement here? Is that, am I confused? Is that what you meant? I'm gonna cry tears of sadness. Fight me. He didn't have one, so he doesn't know where to return to. Him's lost. Him poor little guys. Okay, now they both have one. Turn back home, you stupid little drone. Because you're outside of the range. I broke him again. I can't look. I can't wait. I cannot wait until, where is it at? I get the Gordon Freeman special and beat the life. Ah! Creating your logic has been cancer to me. I cannot wait until I smash your face. All right. All right. All right. Blue Knight, I actually really like that little achievement thing. Yeah, that actually looks pretty cool. I'll check that out. Neat, neat. I'll do some Photoshop work and fix the helmet too. Okay. Why are you not working? Is it, am I? Oh, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Is that what's happening? Fight me. Fight me. The attack script. They were changing to the attack script. Sorry. Ah. Go away. Hey man, listen. Sometimes the whole tree's in the way. Sometimes the tree's in the way. And you gotta move around it. Alright? Sometimes obstacles get in the way. And we can't let these things stop us from what we're trying to achieve. Okay? Let this be a life lesson, Reborn. Let it be a lesson. Okay? It's not bug. It's not a buggy script. All right? It's philosophy. Right? It's okay. It just works. It just works. Okay. So what was happening and how I was breaking them, it makes me wonder if this weight is a problem. Why is that weight a problem? Now make it shoot lasers. You're right. All right. However, we guys, we have a very fundamental issue in our chasing script. Our enemy needs to change their animation. Come on. How did we forget this? It needs to shoot grumpy pew-pews at my face. All right? So now, right? He gets angry and he chases me. That's right, little guy. Okay, you're broken. A tree spawned on your face. That's not supposed to happen. It's not supposed. Oh. Huh. So they're capable if they chase far enough. They're capable of returning to their own somebody else's grid. That's not good. So inside of our script, we have to do. Wait, why isn't that working? Reborn. They do. They just jump into the other reborns or the other spot. Reborn. They do. So what I'm thinking is that we need to return this script because we're already doing for each enemy. We don't have to do another for each enemy loop, right? Because We need to check for each ID of the drone, don't we? Oh, you know? Tell me your secrets, sir. And or madam. I believe you are sir. I could be wrong. West Boolean is true. Yeah, in the loop. It goes true. But we don't send it to false. If it's false, do nothing. Let the hate flow through you. Not that condition? Sorry. Let's go backwards. What? What do you mean? Here. The scene variable loop. Yeah, Blue Knight. I like it. Looks good. Yeah, the action here. The one where I sent you the red thing. This right here. This guy. Ah. Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then when we're done, we set it to false, correct? Or when now paste it below. Convert JSON to false. Because we have an infinite loop that doesn't close. Oh. Fight me! You're broken. You're dumb. You're broken. Stuck on a tree. Both of you, because the tree spawned on your head. You got broken squares. Yo, come here, follow me. Yes! Follow me. Come here. Come with me if you want to live. Come on. No, come here. That's right. That's what's up. What up? They won't be able to spawn on each other in the future because of the way I do the generation loop. When I do custom nodes, yeah. Just like what you said, it's already. I just haven't set it up that way. So now when we go to idle, every time we're in idle, we want to set our drone, our enemy, animation by name. We want to set it to idle or default. So now when they chase, stupid tree, they should go back to. What? Oh, I'm adding them down here. If the enemy state is idle and the animation is not the animation of the enemy is not set, does not equal idle. Set it to idle. Just makes sense. Follow me. That didn't work. How come it triggers when it goes to pursue, but not back to... What? Why you do this? Is this one of those, like, do this one time situations? Is this when this is appropriate? What is your deal? I don't think it's actually called idle. It's called neutral! Oh, God! I hate myself. All right. Fine. We don't have to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. You're a smart little enemy. You are. Doing your thing. And then when I leave you, you run away. Aha! Ah! Okay. Now we can make it shoot things. Woosaw. So why isn't the weight working, though? I thought it felt like it was working fine before. I just want to see what's going on here. You said it ran every frame when it happens, which makes sense. Oh man, it found that square like lickety split. But I kind of wanted to stop, consider what to do next, and then go to it. Yeah, that seemed to be fine. Why are you stupid trees? Yeah, and that's happening because of what the oh. Okay. Now if I leave, they should chase to my last spot. He can't navigate there because there's a tree in the way. Oh, he did. That's what I wanted it to do. Yay! Chase me. Now wait. Now go back. Chase me! We need to add some more advanced AI to make sure... Man, he wasn't very happy with me. That dude wanted to shoot my face. Alright. So now, when the player is within the distance of the attack range, stop the enemy and change its state to attack. No, it definitely does something. Oh, you think the stop does nothing? Oh, I see. Because we're using a pathfinding. Well, wait, hold on. No, see? This dude's gone gobbledygook. Because if I don't, and he's chasing me... Okay, first of all, we gotta stop this. Or we'll set it to that, rather. So now when he's chasing me... And then if I remove the stop... Well, I guess it does work the same. Because he's going to my last position. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I forget you guys are a couple seconds behind me as well. Okay. Now we can attack. So what we could do, right, is add... This is... We don't really need to do this, but just to keep the conventions the same. This is the same thing as the pursue feature. Same thing. It's a transition. So now we need an attacking state. So, now, I do. It's called hits. But it's just a variable. And I just minus it by 1. They have an attack power too called damage. But I'm not using the health extension, but I don't know that it's necessary. I think you could go either way with it. The health extension really, to my knowledge, doesn't... It works with, I guess, the projectile system. So maybe we do need to add the health system. I have the fire bullet system. So it might make sense to add health. Not really all about that, to be honest. Though this does give us a lot of extra bang for our buck. All right. All right. All right. You've convinced me. All right. We'll have to initialize the health later. But let's make it pew pew. Pew pew! We'll... For each of our players, we'll add a behavior. We don't have one yet. I was going to use a draw function. For now. And just draw between the distance. And then build a sprite later. We don't need square IDs anymore. I'm not using this. I don't think so. Item map. Square IDs. Oh, no, that might... I don't want to mess with any of that because I can't remember. Let's take a good old fat second here and add us some health. Health. No. Cooldown. Max starting health. 3. Gonna start out with a whopping 3 life. We'll do 5. I feel like just to give you a little bit of juice, right? We could fire a bullet. So my idea at the moment was that we either take this and take its eye and shoot a laser like that from its eyeball using the draw function, using the painter tool, or, man, this thing is jumbled up. Let me hide some stuff. Or like we could fire a pellet. Pew! What do you guys think? What should we do? Should we design a bullet or should we do a laser? A variation of the two? Yeah, because I was thinking about doing like a particle beam, you know? And then animating it so that way, like, it has some sort of... Because I think this is a good opportunity to go review the G-Develop editor. Actually, we just go to G-Develop, actually. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because right now I have... That's a really cool idea. I like that mechanic, actually. So what we have right now is... What was I going to say? Oh, animations. Drone. Where's our drone? There's our drone. So I have an animation for... So we have chase, and then now we have targeted. So the targeted animation... hello? I'm seeing your playback button. Where have you gone? My play... What happened to my playback button? It's gone. My playback scene is gone. Where did he go? We're gonna save our stuff real quick. And oh, there, it's back. Okay. Not sure what happened there, but welcome back. So we have this little animation where don't mind the grass in the background, where his eye closes, right? And then we have a charging animation, and then a fire animation. I just realized that that's wrong. This one right here. Gonna scream. There we go. So now we have the charge and then a pew. So we technically, and this weirdness in the background is changing. So what we could do, there's a random one of these that doesn't have the right. There it is. It's driving me nuts. Okay, so I'm thinking it does it 3 times, and then pew, it shoots you. 1, 2, 3, pow. 1, 2, 3, pow. 1, 2, 3, pow. And that's at least for the bullet. But if it was doing a laser, we could maybe charge up more, loop through it multiple times. And then when it's done, fire this. Okay, so one of the things about the drone is that later on, if you get enough pieces of equipment, you're going to be able to make one for yourself, and it'll do your harvesting for you. Yeah, to give it juice. I agree. So every time it shoots, it should like shake or move backwards or do some like... I agree. Yeah. Or are you saying while it's charging? start shaking it while it's charging, like woo, and then ooh. Both is great. Yeah, game juice. Ha ha. All right. Let's consider this. Okay. So yeah, I agree. I think that'd be very cool. So let's add these sprites to our drone. We can't have charging or firing sprites if we don't have them in our game. All right. I don't know what happened to me today. I haven't eaten, and I'm chock full of energy. It's probably my Adderall. Right. So we can just export the animation. So first we want to do the targeted, charge, fire. So we need one more. Yeah. I think this is the right way to go. Yeah. Let's go animation. This is targeted. Charge and fire. People may be asking, why don't you... Oh, this is fire. Fire. Charge. Targeted. This is unimportant right now. I don't know what this one is. Okay. So, file. I don't use Sprite because I don't know how to use it. Those that were wondering. A lot of people ask me what program I'm using. I'm using Pixel Edit. Because I don't know how to use Sprite. I have it, and I just don't have the time to learn it. Because I've been practicing, I've been using this for years. Years and years and years. Even though it hasn't gotten an update in ever. Feels like it's been forever, but it does what I need it to do. What am I doing? File, export, animation. All right, cool. We're going to take animation targeted. We're going to do drone harvester targeted. Brilliant. Now charge. Done. And now fire. Done. Now we go to our handy dandy notebook. No, I'm just kidding. Go into charge fire. We need one more. And this needs to be targeted. I could make the targeted already part of the charged, but it's very simple to just loop through stuff, right? Drone, targeted, targeted 0 through 5, 6 frames. Well, so our game is going to be making a lot of references to other games because why not? So right now I'm working with, I've got a reference to the portal gun because you're going to fast travel later on in the game. You're going to be able to shoot portals. So you're going to get some portal technology to be able to fast travel and move around the map faster. You're going to get the Gordon Freeman special, the Yale crowbar. I'm working on a BioShock reference, which is going to be a mob as well as a power-up. And we make an Among Us joke because of Blue Knight. Yeah, we're just going to keep adding in small references because pop culture references win the internet. So we're going to win the internet with this game. We're going to blow people out of the water. You wait. Just you wait. We're going to be on Steam. We're going to be very positive. Right? We're going to have a very positive game because we're going to sell it in packs of 4. One for you and your crew. One for you and the crew. And then you can play it online on single player or split screen co-op for free in the web browser. That's how we're going to do it. And we're not going to go to a publisher and have them pay us. Instead, we're going to crowdfund through our Discord and Patreon or something. We're going to make this into a game. Nothing will stop me. No one is going to stop me. Okay. So. Let's figure out how we're going to do this. My brain hurts today. This is your fault. Your fault for making my head hurt. Okay? Charge and fire. It's one little teeny. Where is it at? Where you at, dog? Fire. There you are. Phew. All right. So now we have all of the elements, you know, to our little that's funny. There will be Discord badges and other things coming, but that's pretty funny. I like the little hands. That'd be a fun emote in general. I'll work on making those into pixel art, so that way we can have those. I think that's going to be a fun sticker. We're going to add that as a sticker, Blue Knight. I like it. I'm going to do some work on it. We're going to add that as a sticker. Same thing with the helmet. We have room for stickers because we're a community right now. So, excellent. Excellent. I keep getting distracted. We're trying to shoot people in the face. So now this attack is unique to the drone. So we shouldn't do an enemy script unless we have an enemy name. Like a type, a unit type, which we currently don't have. So we could implement that. So we could check for if the unit type is a drone, or we can just check for is it a drone? Because other drones might shoot you too. So I think that maybe we should check what unit type it is. So we're going to go to our game scene, go to our drone, go to a variable, and add a unit type. And the unit is a string, and this is robot. It is robot. Robots will shoot you in face. Don't get shot by robot. Okay, no more shooting robots. Yeah, so we're going to check. So now, when we're in the pursuing state, when we are being attacked, the first thing we want to do is be shot at. I want it to shoot at us as it's moving in to charge up its laser. Pew, pew, pew. So, okay, so here's the idea. Let's talk about this. Okay? So, in our enemy script, while we're programming Yeol enemy guy here, when the enemy is pursuing the player, we initialize the attacking, right? Okay. This, why you do this? All the way up here, please. All right. So, while our drone is coming after our player, when it reaches that attack range, and this becomes true, I think it should shoot pew 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 pew, shoot bullets at you. But it doesn't take time to charge up. So the question is, like, do we just do like an eyeball-sized bullet? Make it nice and little square, like a little square bullet, or something like this. Make it red. Pew. So it shoots this thing at you. Like, you know, like, pew. kind of blinks and just shoots a slow-moving bullet at you? Or does it just move in and I'm a firing my laser, blah, blah, blah. You know, like is that what we're going for? How does it move when it's chasing the target? Because it would kind of be interesting if, like, what if drones, once they got onto the player, rotated around the player? So, like, when the drone gets close to you, maybe it just starts circling you and shooting you with balls. Pew, 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 pew. And maybe there's a bigger variant that shoots lasers. This guy. Papa Drone. Papa Drone says, brrr. Baby Drone says, pew. Like a boss. Exactly. Because then we could do cool things like a bullet hell, where it's like shooting bullets like pew, 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 in a line, you know, at you, because it's a boss. Shooting big old bullets at you. And then all of a sudden, it's like, it shoots a laser, brrr, and then the laser goes brrr, all the way back to here. So if you're in front of it, you just get roasted. Or if you're this way. Yeah. I'm not just gonna upscale the drone. It looks bad. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna make a bigger drone. But I was just, as an example, we're gonna follow the same sort of concept as like these guys. So we're gonna have a base version, and then I'll build like a super boss mob. Holy crap! It's a big robot. Big robots. You turn the G Develop mascot into a monster? That is an Among Us character. What? G Develop has a mascot? Qua? Alright. We're going to shoot little balls for now. However, we're going to make it look fancy. Alright? So, what I was going to do earlier is we were choking on the air. We're going to go to the editor. Right? And we're going to go to the VFX. Oh, there's the mascot. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the platformer asset. I forgot about that. VFX. This is an awesome example, guys. So this thing is loud. I'll make sure your ears don't get messed up. I'll turn it off the sound, I believe. You shouldn't be able to hear this at all. But we want some juice like that, don't we? Let's look at this. When our player gets hit, we're gonna just give him some pain, right? Man, that's insane. We'll do like a hit flash, but I like this laser. When you get hit, we're definitely going to shake your screen. But I like the way that they shoot this laser. Let's take a look at this. Whoa, that's crazy. Whoa, that's nuts. Okay. Done. I can do this. Check this out. Alright. I'm gonna blow your freaking minds. Buckle up, kiddos, because I'm gonna blow your minds. Alright. So, sorry about that. I get pumped up sometimes. Just can't help it. Can't help it. We're gonna do this over 3. This is gonna be 4 squares, 3 squares. We're gonna do 3 squares because our tile set is also 3. It's just threes make sense. So the first thing we want to do is do this, and then we're going to erase at a scatter line of 1. From here to here. From here to here. So the first line, pew, it's going to be like that. Kind of looks like alien writing, doesn't it? Like a language. And we're going to do it out of like, well, it's bright because we're using red because that's the size of our guy. So every 3. So what we need to do, right? Check this out. Copy, file new. We're going to create 48 by 32. 48 by 16. No, it's gonna be 48 by 48, actually. No. Okay, we're gonna do this in like 12 frames. Here we go. To get the same effect, we need to add a glow because what they have in theirs. So I did this wrong. We need to go backwards. We need to change the canvas size to this. Nope. We need to change the tile size to this. And the reason is because of that cool little effect that they had going on with the glow. These aren't big enough. We're going to need to make these bigger. 84. We'll do it twice as big. It's going to seem unnecessary, but you'll see why. I promise. You were the chosen one! Okay. So now, we're going to take off our scatter, and we're going to delete this line. So, going back real quick, just to show you guys, oh, where'd it go? Did I close out of it? No, I didn't. All right. How many frames are in this freaking thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then a blank square, so 13. In theirs, if you look, we can just preview it. You can see it in the preview. They have a Gaussian blur, if you will. Really? I'm not doing that. I guess we're just going to have to preview it this way. I can't go by frame. It won't let me. That's dumb. But we can see it. That it changes from green to white in that shot. And I want to actually... So what we're going to do, just to mimic this style, because I like the laser, right? So what we're going to do actually, though, is we're going to take the bottom layer and we're going to duplicate it and put it on the top. So it goes from 3 to 2. I kind of like it if it's like this. 3 to 2, or down to 1. And now we just need to do a variation of this line. As we can see in this example that they had for the shot, right? It doesn't really do much. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It kind of does, yeah. All right. So now at this point, we need to just duplicate and address. So the first thing it does is it shoots really bright in a multitude of colors. So what we can do is do a gradient between the two colors. So in what I like to do is grab in the tile that I'm working with, continuing it to use to restrict to just the tile. So we can grab the red, and now in the red, let's go grab some of the colors that we already have. So we have our default red, which is what we already have. And then from here, let's add that color to the color wheel. We can go, let's go darker. And actually we will grab a darker one from our own area. So we'll grab that one. And we're going to want that in the middle. So once you grab everything, you can take your brush and just kind of, let's see, we'll make it kind of dark in the middle for a second. And actually in this one, I don't want to do that. I'll do that in the next frame. Going back to the example. This is such a good example. It's ridiculous. We can see that we have a big blast where it's like the brightest it can go to the white, and then the white moves to the end. It goes dark, flickers, brightens back up, and then fades out. So we do this like pulsing shot thing. So the energy is flowing through this thing. So at the very beginning, if we take the red and we increase its shading a little bit to like a brighter red, we can hit it like this. Boom, very bright. And then we'll go back over to our white. And honestly, I want to tone down the white just a little bit. So we'll go back to TerraFarmers, this one. And we'll grab one of our off-white colors and we'll add that here towards the end. And if we wanted to, we could come down just a little bit with that red. And although you can't see it right here, we'll change our background now so you can. And we'll make that like there. And then what they do is they take another layer. So this is background. Layer 1 is laser. And layer 2 is glow. And what they're doing, because I don't have a way to gradient in this program, one of the things I can do instead is drag this over and not difference, darken, no, hard light, screen, negative, overlay, possibly, that's better. And so they kind of have this, and they use like white, right? And so in their shot, we can kind of see this glow happening in the background. And I'll show you that again if you guys can't see it, or just to reiterate. We can see it kind of here. It's much, much more transparent, but you get the idea. So, oh, this is actually perfect. If I use a custom collision and move these out of the way, I can see it. They're using like a glow around that area. And there's actually two orbs. I can see it. It's a gradient between the two. It would be nice to be able to do gradients. I'll tell you what. I'm surprised I can't. I'm going to be honest. But in the same way, if we copy this and take on, so we have white, and we go to this layer, paint this kind of white, and then we can take this and paint this red on this side, but brighter, way brighter. So we need to do like something like this. No? without manually doing this, I'm wondering what it's going to take to... I don't need to mess with that. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see here. We are going to redraw, first of all, that shape. So what they have kind of going on is this, because they're able to actually emulate it better than I can. We're going to make that black. And then we're going to do that again. Copy that. And what's inside of it? Or I guess we just copy that. That's fine. And we're going to move this over. So we're kind of seeing this happen. We're going to drop the opacity down to like 1, 2. I'm going to delete this. Hello. Delete that. Continuous. There we go. We're going to paint those edges white. Paint all of that white. That's not the right color. I want that to be white, please. Thank you. All right. New layer. Paste it. Do the same thing. Drop this down to something incredibly small. This needs to go above the other glare. And this one needs to be darker. And we need to change that to add or darken. Difference? Darken? Darken. Control T. We're going to pick this up a little bit. What is going on? Did I not copy anything? I thought I did. Am I crazy? That's crazy once. Put me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy? That was crazy once. Oh. Because there's like more out there. I'm on the wrong one. Maybe not. What is happening? First of all, it's not in the right spot. Second of all, Qua? Just watch me struggle. Don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Seriously. Why is this glow not being grabbed? Copy. Paste. Make it larger. Why? Normal. I understand why. It's because I don't know what I'm doing. That's why. You rotten little thing. What? What? Why is it doing that? What is that about? Something has happened, and I don't understand what's happening. We're gonna make this like 6. You little rat. Do what I asked you to do, please. All right. There we go. But then theirs in the background, let's grab everything else, is a bit more straight on this last one. And they do it with like multiple colors, I've noticed. Hello? I'm drawing on the wrong one. Seriously? What is happening? I know it's happening. It's because I can't see anything. Look, Mr. Guy. I'm on the wrong layer again. Gonna freak out. It's all right. Gonna freak out. There. We're getting better. All right. All the way bright. Let's fix this. There we go. Let's get rid of these sharp corners. Make it more peanut shaped. And drop our glow way down. Like that. And then drop this layer down to something like that, I think. It would be nice if I can I set this to like nothing? Yeah, I guess technically, but I wish I didn't have to see the white, and I think there's a way to do that, but I'd like to be able to see the background without having to do that, but I don't remember anymore. It's been too long. I know that there is a way. Just can't think of it at the top of my head. But I digress. We could really add this glow later. I'm spending way too much time trying to make that happen. So, rather than doing that, let's get the laser to look right, and then we'll add special effects later. That makes sense. Sorry for wasting all of your time. Okay, so now energy needs to move forward. So let's take this guy again, and we're going to take our white and actually bleed it a little bit more into our shot. And then here at the end in the next one, we're going to add it just to the end. And I think it'd be a good idea for us to kind of bulk up this line a little bit. And maybe add a couple more spots of white. Oh, yeah, you're right. I could probably do that. That's a good idea. We can use in-game stuff to add glow. That is a good idea. Also, I can just export this into like Photoshop and then add a layer glow. It's just really weird that I can't do it in this program. And maybe you can with an add-on or something. This has been a long time. Haven't needed to. Because usually I would do it like in Engine or something. What am I... Oh, yeah, there. Okay, so in this one, it's white, green, dark. I like the way that they did this one, actually. Because in this frame, not to duplicate them directly across, right? But honestly, when you're previewing this stuff, okay, I see. So here, they actually take this, and it's not white. They bring the energy down, but they use like a red, or they use a color that's very close to white. That looks kind of faded out, like sun-baked. I don't really like that, to be honest. We do it our own way, so it doesn't really matter. It would make sense if this wasn't backwards. There we go. Let's copy this color. Let's check this color. These are two different colors. So what's going on here? So we need to add this one. Let's move that back. Clean this up a little bit. Okay. So back into the first tile. Let's re-grab everything. start with the darkest part back here, and then we move into the energy and the white, and then that white is then this orange pink or orange red is going to carry over into here. That's what they're doing in their first shot. If we want the same style of effect. So we can do something like that. And then what we do is we go through a darkening. And then, because it's like, it's shot, pew, it fades, and then it ripples in the spot that remains. So we're going to take this and fill that in. And then they have just a little bit of that light. I just want to stay, dang it. I gotta quit clicking on things. I want to stay right here. So they kind of change it hues a little bit, deepen it. So it goes from like a bright green to a darker green and a light green and a dark. I like the way that they transferred energy here is so cool, guys. I really like this one. Is that the same frame? I think that's the same frame. It is. They show it 3 times. And that makes sense. Because they're... Okay. All right. Cool. So, going backwards here. Again. To duplicate... Just to mimic this style. It's... Oh, Lord have mercy, Alex. Alex is struggling, guys. Is this all bright? I do that every time. So we're going to go from bright to even brighter on this one. Which is kind of frightening. But it is the way it is. To get that effect, we're going to carry that inertia forward. So then we need more of the orange style of red. I want this orange. I want to tone this down just a smidge. I don't really like the way that it looks. It's like super orangey. And then we can go to that orange. There we go. And now that looks better. So then we kind of have this transition. We'll even do like a couple bits of white. And then we're going to transition to the very end here. And that only has a little bit of this. The dying flicker of the light. As it kind of fades out for a second. So all the energy, shoo, we see it moving forward. We see it beginning to fade. And now we want to see it turn white. Do that for 2 frames. And then they ripple through their last. So let's take a look at this. We can add an animation and start checking our... That looks kind of chunky. So we're going to fix the spots that don't look good. And then like going back here, when we see the ripple, kind of chaotic. Let's see here. They really darken this one up. I like the way that they do that. Their contrast of color, with the colors that they're using, is really good. They almost like they pull the hue into like a different tone, like the purple, would be the equivalent for us. We could do a deeper purple, something like this. And then change it. This. How do we do that? So we went from here into purple. What we should do is take the dark color that we have already and then just shift the hue until we reach purple. We want to keep the brightness, whatever the brightness is, we don't want to change the brightness of our deep color. And then we want to just shift the hue. So we need to add blue. Because we're going in a curve. So we're going to want something like this. Only for this. So we're going to... What the heck? Come on. I'm going to freak out, guys. Going back to here. Let's do this again. Shift the blue in our curve till we find about the blue we're looking for. And then do that to this one. And then we need to drop it to that. It's a strong transition for sure. But I think what we can do too is we want to add a little bit more variation. We're seeing too much going on here, too much noise. We need to break this down a little bit. Do something like that. Do something like this. I just don't want it to be the exact same everywhere. Let's see, get rid of that. Drop that down. Move that over. Get rid of these. Maybe we move it down one. There we go. And then from here, if we go back to analyze the source, they then go back to green and then kind of stretch or move the... Are they using 2 lines or 1? That's what I want to know. Oh, okay. I was off by 1. That's why I thought it looked weird. Uh-huh. That's really interesting. It's just the same thing, but they're stretching it in the engine. I see. Wow. All right. We're pretty much done. So now what we need to do is, I was wrong here. We need to take these two, make another one. Just kind of move it like this. And chop it back so it's not too tall. Maybe move it up a little bit. Add something else to here. Okay. Do it like that. That means we need to drop this down one. We would have to drop the rest of them down one if we do that. No, it's fine. All right, we're going to stop my Steam. I'm showing everybody in the world who my friends are. I actually don't even know who that is, to be honest. All right, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to flip this. And this is where we go back and we do a dead frame. And oh, I think this needs to be dark. Because we're coming out of it, right? We're going to change the colors later. I know that they look whack right now, but they're just bright, 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 dim, 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 dim. 4 dim, 3 bright. Easy. 4 dim, 3 bright. Let's go back in. Bright, 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 dim, 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 dim. And then we need one more. And then we would just make it empty. That's it. So we can go back now and add, like, fix our frames, but effectively that's the laser beam. And we're gonna choose a much better red slope and fix the colors, but and that way it actually, you know, feels like a laser. Right now it looks a little choppy. Pew. Not great. Yeah. Yeah, so we have this. We're just going to add this as an effect in our game. And to do that, we're just going to say FX, visual FX, FX, there we go. Laser. Pew. Pew. File, export, animation of pew into the mob folder. Inside of the mob drone folder, we're going to create a new file and call it VFX. I guess we could put this anywhere, huh? But might as well make sense to store it inside of this folder. And we're going to call it just trail. There we go. The pew trail. Pew 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 trail. So now we can go into here, go into our I guess FX, right? Create a new FX and call it trail. Add a sprite. Add them. Oh boy. There we go. Get over our background layer and export it. Now. Oh, I didn't put it in here. It's fine. And then all we're going to do at the end is duplicate the last frame, right? So now we should have this many. We're going to then edit the last frame and remove everything from it. Okay. Hit apply. We have a trail. Now we need to set its animation speed to the same thing as this set, just to, you know, just to make it look nice, guys. Just to make it look nice. So we're not too far off. I don't like the position of the first frame. We're going to move it down one. It's too high. Too high, too high, too high, too high. Wait, what just happened? Go into here. You. Edit with pixel. Select. Select. Hi. Oh, I just grab it like that. Interesting. All right, now let's preview this again. Okay, good enough. We need a bullet. This is following a bullet. So, also, so I don't lose this work that I've just done, let's save this into our okay. Get rid of that. Now we need a bullet. Actually, we can bring this back. So the end of that, there is a bullet. They use a bullet in theirs, and their bullet is crazy looking. I'm not gonna lie. The bullet in this one, they use this look at this thing. It's also going through its own pulsating, glowing shenanigans. I'm not gonna do that. I don't have time for that. We're not gonna do that today. So, let's see. Oh, this is a long stream because I want to get this done, boys. I'm done with this AI nonsense. The next time I stream tomorrow, we're working on inventory and the rest of the backpack. So I got to get this done today. I'm done with this. All right, let's talk about the blast that should come out of this guy's noggin. Okay. So let's build another layer and move it underneath just to test out what this might look like. Yeah, I know you're going to be going back to school, bud. But you'll be able to catch up later. Not that that really... No, we all got to do it. It's important. It's good for you. Makes you smarter. Guy's like, dude, I don't care about being smarter. I want to stay home and play lots of Roblox. No, I'm just kidding. True. True. Is this too shoddy of a bullet? I don't want to be smarter. I don't want TerraFarmers. Oh, I appreciate it. Did I really draw that over here? I did. Okay. Now I can move this around. I feel like it needs to be smaller. That beam is just too powerful. Shoo! I feel like that makes sense. That's what theirs looks like, basically. It's a laser. It flies like this. It's fine. Guys, it's fine. All right? It's fine. Great. It's going good. Awesome. Awesome. We're just going to put this in the center. Like that. I kind of like this tail. And that way, no matter where it goes, it kind of has a trail to it. So we can then use that spot as where we draw the dot. Obviously, it'd be nice if it didn't have to be so chunky. I want to make it chunky. All right. Okay, so now we're going to export this selected in the sprites, drone, VFX, bullet. Save that. Go back into our game and create a new VFX. Calling this bullet and adding the sprite. So, when we're in the attack phase, and the player seems to be attacked. I got to add the bullet behavior to this thing where we set a lot of its settings. So fire the bullet. The firing rate is 0.5 every half second. We're not rotating the bullets. Yes, we are. Unlimited ammo. Correct. Number of bullets to fire at once. The angle variance. 1. The firing arc. I have no idea. Okay. That seems right. I did see those new achievements, by the way, Blue. Excellent. 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 Okay. Oh, man. Enemy. Wait a minute. This is not... We don't want fire bullet. This goes to our... Hold on. We're going to copy this, and we're going to delete it. We have to add this to our enemy. The enemy needs the fire bullet behavior because it shoots the bullet. Right? So then, well, we didn't need to do that. We delete this. And then at the top, paste. There we go. Right? Oh, is it? I would think that you would fire a bullet from the player. Or from the enemy. So then you'd go to, like, fire bullet? Yeah. Oh. The bullet object. Are you sure? Because it says to input the bullet. But I wouldn't be able to do that without the... I don't know if that's right. Doesn't, but if you have to select the bullet object, what's the point of making the bullet? And now we're just going to fire it from the center. I think I got it. It's just not shooting where it's supposed to be. He doesn't know how to stop. Yeah. You are correct. The bullet collision point, not the collision, the actual origin. It helps if it is smack dab right in the middle. So that'll change its spawn location to the middle. And now it's just shooting a crazy amount of projectiles, which eventually is going to break our system. Because these things are just going to fly and fly and fly. After a certain amount of distance, we'll just delete them. Obviously, those move. I think the drone center is accurate. A little bit off. No, it's right here. Yeah. And I was going to add a point for where we shoot the bullet out of anyways. But it technically can shoot out of the center, which is fine. Well, yeah, but the eye moves in a different in the fire. It's right there. So we need to make sure that the bullet is being created on top as well. So change the. We can do this every frame. Yeah, it is. Yeah, for sure. It is super slow. But it's gonna fly at you like this, and it's only gonna shoot you. It's just gotta work on it, man. Holy crap! Ah, ah. That'd be annoying to fight, wouldn't it? Ah, gotta constantly run from the thing. Let me turn off the dots. Ah. It should be even faster, probably. 64, 100 and 28 pixels a second. 6 squares a second. Good luck dodging that thing. Holy cow. Gotta run up to it. Smack, smack, smack. Smack, smack, smack. You gotta run around it in circles while you're smacking it. Yep. We just gotta change the target. Like this. Via extension. It wouldn't be very hard to make a bullet, but using the extension, it makes the most sense. Okay, so we need to change the Z order of the bullet. Oh, Z order, whatever. Want to make sure the bullet fires out of his head. Yeah, that's good. And then we would just create a script where it's like for each bullet, if in the attack state while it's attacking, if each bullet is if the distance between the player, I guess we don't have to check for each bullet. We can just say right here if the distance to from the let's see, if the bullet distance to the enemy is not below I don't want it to check collision. Oh, that's only if we hit the player. I'm doing it if we go beyond the player first. Say 300 pixels. Then delete the bullet. There they go. Oh, no, not yet. No. I was just making sure that they disappear. I don't want those things to go on forever in my game. It would annoy the absolute hell out of me. And that's way too far. So we're going to do 200. So shoot at me. Shoot at me. Okay. And then I leave. Now he's going to shoot at me indefinitely. Okay. Nice. That's plenty far enough. Those don't need to shoot any farther than that. So now we have that. Now we can work on our so if the bullet is in collision with the player and or the at all, damage the player. Apply damage to player. Deal 1 point of damage. Oh. I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, that was on accident. Thanks for catching that. I would have found it eventually, but there you go. And delete the bullet. Now we'd be dead. Oh no, he's shooting me. He is shooting me. Because there's bullet variation, right? So he's not going to hit me directly. But he's a robot, so there should be no bullet variation. Because robots are accurate AF. Zero angle variance. Yeah, and the player's hitbox is smaller because of the scaling that I was doing earlier. But now we can fix his hitbox to be bigger, to include his head. It doesn't even include the top of his head. I still want clipping a little bit on the player. But now, it's going to be much harder to dodge as this thing shoots at your face. Ah. We can hide that now. Ah. Yeah, that thing's annoying. Go away! Go away! And every time it shoots, we can give it a little shake. Give it a little shaky shake. You know what I'm saying? Don't we have to add the shake element to the shake? Shake the object? Yeah. Shake the object. Is that the right one? Position and angle? Yeah. We don't need to scale it at all. So we just add that to that. And right before we shoot the bullet, let's shake our player, or our enemy. So the enemy, shake. Shake. Well, the other one includes size. It's position, angle, and size, isn't it? I don't think... Let's go back and check just to make sure I added the right one. Yeah, the other one's on scale. I don't need scale. I just need to shake the object. Oh, it already 0.5, so every half second. So every time it shoots, it's already going to do it anyways. So the default is 0.5, which is fine. We'll just add that. Modified the position on the x-axis by 1. And 1. 0. You can kind of see it. When we add the laser, I think it'll be way cooler. And maybe we want to amplify that by just a smidge. We don't want to amplify the rotation, I don't think. It was kind of like moving away from the player because like there's like almost like a force knockback. Let's do a small angular rotation of like 5 degrees. See what happens. Now he looks ridiculous. I don't think we need to do any angle. Maybe 1. He's dancing. He's dancing. I'm dancing. I'm dancing. Some like claptrap. All right. Oh, this is good. This is good, guys. We're making progress. Reborn has pretty much coded all of this for me. Thanks, bud. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So, I don't need to keep looking at that. That's fine. My hands are cold. All right. So whenever a bullet is fired, we need to now do a trail. Reborn. What's your thought on this? How do you think we should go about this? Oh, I've almost been streaming for 6 hours. Oh. That's all right. It's fine. It was not planned, but we're going to keep going until I can't. So like another 30 minutes probably. I appreciate you being here for that long, Blue. And everybody else. For some of us, holy cow, it's 3 in the afternoon for me. So what, you're in the UK, Bo? Blue is in Pacific Standard Time. My guess is California. Croatia. Nice. But that's GMT +8? -8? Nevada. Oh, okay. I think the other half of Nevada is doesn't it split in half? Isn't like half of Nevada in Mountain Time? Oh, link it and then draw to the distance, I think is what you're gonna say. So fire the bullet and then link the bullet with the enemy. You guys are bug squashing before we even get to it. I love that about you guys. Okay, so link the bullet to the enemy. And then for each bullet, consider each bullet, draw until it's deleted. Create the trail at the bullet spawn location until the end of the bullet on the back of the bullet. I do want to, before I forget, because we're planning on doing this, we're going to go add a point. We're going to add a new point. We're going to call this trail. And so that way we know that the trail needs to be connected to that. I'm using a point for this. So now, when these things fly at me, the laser will be attached to that little dart, the little butt. Pew, 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 pew. We gotta add some sound effects eventually, because I want to start hearing this thing shoot at me. It shoots too often. I don't mind how fast the bullets fly, but it shoots too often for the laser to really be working. I feel like this is pew, pew, pew. That's probably too fast. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like with the trail animation. Then repeat for each enemy and take linked bullets. Okay, so then... Alright. Then we're saying... Don't we want these bullets to be down here? For each... Oh. For each enemy. Okay. Is it... Yeah, the bullets linked to the enemy, not the enemy linked to the bullets. Wait. Enemy. Enemy. Okay. Yeah, okay. But now underneath here we can also add the logic for each bullet. right? When we would put it here, correct? Oh, you're talking about laser beams? Well, so the trail isn't for laser beams yet. Or are you saying? Hmm. I mean, we could. I think that that's great. Let's consider this. Let's consider this. I hadn't thought about adding it to this enemy too, but I do like enemies who have more than one attack. So I think having two attacks makes sense. And then we'll level up those attacks for the bosses to be even more intense, like bullet hell style, multi shots, stuff like that. So this is totally fine. No, okay. Don't worry about it. I'm talking to myself. I'm talking out loud, but to ourselves. So originally, I was thinking that this would be the only way we shoot with this drone until we upgrade it, like till there's more drones. But the laser beam, the actual, because this is the trail that connects to the bullet as it shoots, and then it gets stretched out basically as the bullet flies. First, let's finish the trail on the bullet, and then we'll move into the laser beam. Right? So now we have to do, for each instance of bullet, I don't think so. Why do you say that? That's actually fair. That is fair. Let's go check this out. Why is that yellow? It's so bright. Uh, don't need that. Don't need camera recoil. Here. Shot trail. Create the object shot trail. So, what is this script under? I want to make sure I grab the right spot. Oh, we lost it. It was underneath left mouse button. When the weapon is ready to shoot, pew, fire the bullet. That's fine. Did that. So yeah, we need to create. I'm just going to move that code over so I can see it while we're... So for each bullet, we want, now that we're already doing this, I think we just do it right here. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's think about where I wanted to put that, but we'll put it at the center because that's where it starts. I forgot the end quote on each of them because I'm a turkey. I'm a turkey. I'm a turkey. I'm a turkey. We're going to link this to the bullet. Link the trail to the bullet. Oh, that's cool. I understand how they're doing that. That's why it looks different every time. Neat. They do a change animation. Change animation by number. Change the animation frame of the trail. Eh. What do you mean it's not attached? What do you mean there's no behavior? It's an animation, dog. What are you talking about? Oh, change the animation frame. Sorry. Frame. And animation frame. Why can't I do this? Enemy. Animation frame. What is happening? Sorry, trail. Animation. Current frame. Oh, set, sorry. Not add. Set. This would be random 2. Select between the first 2 frames. And then we're going to change the trail's width. Trail. The width to 0. And now the angle. Change the trail angle to the bullet dot angle. We're following the bullet. And change the Z order. Don't need to do that. What is the VFX? Oh, that's like the particles. Okay. And then tween. We have to add tweening. We need to tween now. We get to add to tweens. Behavior tween. That's tween. Thank you. And we need to then tween the, let's see, trail. Tween to object. Identifier. Fade out. In an angle to we actually want to tween to opacity. I think that's too long, but we'll see. You know, work. Where? We need to do this per bullet? For each bullet? Well, yeah, but I'm going to move the point. It's not going to be the center point later. It's just that way for now. But they both, it works the same, but okay, you're right there. That is true. That is true. That might be why that's not working. No. Okay. For each instance of bullet, we need to do this once. Right? Or am I crazy? Is this going to break? I think this is going to break. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't mind me. Trying to figure out where everything goes. Why is it not creating? Are you saying that I have to use the tween duration? Oh. Oh, 1,000 seconds. That's nuts. Okay, it's still not working. I'm just moving stuff around because I'm trying to figure out what the heck. Wouldn't this work? There? I thought it would work there for sure. Move it outside of the repeat. Oh, you're right. I'm missing the other part of the script, aren't I? Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Okay. So after we do this, there's one more thing we gotta do. I forgot we set it to 0. It's creating the bullets, but it's creating it at 0. That doesn't make any sense. So what we need to do is tween the width as well. So tween the width. Of the trail. And we're going to identify this as stretch. To width, we're going to be stretching to this says 2 times shot force length, but I don't know what force length is. Let's go check. So in here, we're going to go back to here, go back to our trail. No, our shot. Looking at maybe the player then? The weapon? Why is this in milliseconds? And mine is in seconds. Hold on. What? Yo, what is that about? Why is mine in seconds, not milliseconds? It's like it knows that I'm... I was like, it knows I'm American. It's it's simplifying things. Don't do that. All right, it's good to know that that's not the case. Okay. So I'm guessing that shot length is I don't know how far what shot length refers to. So we're gonna just follow along here. Between the width of shot to 2 times the trail dot shot force length. What force? Oh, force length. Okay. Easing with linear. That's just a thing that's inside the system, apparently. And 1 second. I think it created one in the very first one, and that was it. Is this where we go that for each? Am I confused? I'm not confused. What's happening here? Use show collision masks and points. Where at? It is an action. Yeah, but what I'm saying, so like just anywhere. I guess we could do it here, right? So show uh collision. Collision shapes. Collision. I think I have to add the player. Oh, yeah. Draw collisions and hitboxes. Sure. That's nuts. That is a hack. What the heck? Oh God. Brr. There we go. We're seeing origin spawn. Origin. And that's the trail that's not going anywhere. So we must have borked something up in here. Okay. This should be happening here. I'm telling you. Happening right here. Oh, I don't like it when you do that, game. I forgot to turn you off. Yeah. Scene. So how do I check to see if a bullet has left the gun? Like every time a bullet is created, right? I can use that where? Teach me your ways, Master Jedi. Can we then go about this? Dude, my brain is shutting down. Yeah, that's what I had. For each bullet, I thought that there was going to be like a... oops, I went too far. It's when enemy is ready to shoot, but I don't see any other bullet firing arc. Yeah. Every time we can just move this out, right? So we can say every time an enemy has just fired, create these conditions. Oh, I forgot to turn it off again. Oh, I'm going to turn that off right now. No likey. No likey. I'm going to cry. Feelings of sadness. I hate this. Ah! Oh. Yeah, I know, right? That's what I'm... So basically, trail force length is the sum of forces. So it's 2 times the speed that's coming out. This is wrong. This is a bullet. That's supposed to be a bullet. Oh my. Gentlemen, we have a problem. What the heck? What the heck? It's supposed to do it every single trail. Every single time it shoots. I have to fix the angle of this thing. Because the trail, the origin of the trail, right, needs to be the beginning. So the center and the origin more or less need to be the exact same thing. Okay, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, except for it's not following the bullet. Let's go explore as to why. Oh, you're right. It is just picking the first bullet. What? But wouldn't we want it then inside of this loop, right? Or for each enemy then? Inside of this loop? Yeah. Get out of here, you little bastard. No, it's working. It's working exactly like it's supposed to. That's what I wanted it to do. What are you expecting? The only thing that we haven't done is change the Z order for the trail. And then when we're attacking, we want to change our character's animation to fire. No, it's coming right out of his eyeball. We need to do some more juice to make it really seem like he's shooting. I kind of want to set the height to 2. I want to see it thicker. Shoot at me, bitch. Oh. It's in pixels. I didn't... Uh... Yeah. So normally it's 48. 88. Yeah. Leave me alone, Stan. Okay. I want those bullets to fly faster. And I wanted him to shoot less often at my face. So... let's go tinker with the bullet now. So I want the bullet, rather, gotta go down to our player, or our enemy, go to the behavior bullet. Let's go 2 seconds on the reload. The max speed of that bullet is going to be faster. Whoa! That didn't work. Did I change the wrong thing? Ah. Sorry. We automatically reload because it's unlimited ammo, so he doesn't have to reload. And now the bullet has no behavior. That's not how GDevelop handles the bullet. The bullet's shot through whatever's shooting it. See? In the other example, the bullet has no behaviors. You assign the behavior to the weapon that fires the bullet. Fire bullet. So we just have to change the firing cooldown. It already comes out at a force. It's built into the I moved this on accident, but it's built into the here. It comes at a default speed. So we could increase the bullets variance. I think just has a fire. It just has a default speed. Trying to see where I would adjust that. Because let's see here. I'll tell you what, guys. We're gonna continue this tomorrow. I appreciate everybody hanging out. I'm gonna be working on this a little bit more, but after 6 hours, I need a break. So thank you guys so much for stopping into the stream today and hanging out. If you guys haven't, or you're checking out this video later, do be sure to join us on our Discord server. We have so much going on there. Looking forward to get more and more of you guys in there. I'm going to be sharing more art and other work that I'm working on behind the scenes. We're going to be working on the character. So thank you guys so much for stopping in. I really, really appreciate it. Reborn is a master of GDevelop. I appreciate it so much to having you in. And I can't wait until we get this all figured out, and then we can move on from enemies. So until then, thank you guys so much. I'll catch you guys next time. Be safe out there.
By the way, you've leveled up. Like, comment, and subscribe.